to lead us in the singing of the national anthem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix, ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on God for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on God for thee.
We can open the doors. Maintenant, on peut ouvrir les portes. Yes, we can open the doors. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, statements by members. The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
Mr. Speaker, as chair of the Canadian section of Parliamericas, I was proud to welcome last week here in Ottawa more than 80 parliamentarians from 25 countries from across Latin America and the Caribbean, alongside Indigenous leaders and youth for the 10th gathering of the Open Parliament Network. Parliamericas has become the leading interparliamentary organization of the Western Hemisphere, connecting and engaging national legislatures to strengthen democracy, cooperation, and collective action on trade, innovation, security, and sustainability. Through Canada's leadership on AI, security, climate action, food security, and democratic governance, Canada is helping set the frameworks others will follow. We also witnessed the signing of an MOU between the United Nations Declaration Program and Parliamericas, reaffirming the commitment to collaborative legislative action and strengthening cooperation throughout the Americas and the Caribbean. Muchas gracias to the participating parliamentarians who made the gathering possible, memorable, and successful. Thank you.
Wonderful.
The Honourable Member for Niagara West.
As a member of Parliament, I attend some fantastic events with some of the most amazing people in the world. Shine On was one such event held on a beautiful Niagara evening. It was hosted by John Howard of Megalomaniac Winery, and you could feel right away that it was something special. It really spoke to the kind of community that we have, and I'm so proud to represent. What stood out most to me at the event was the leadership from Kevin and Linda Lu Chu Wen and their daughter Caitlin. Kevin and Linda are proud owners of Harmony Jewelers. They've raised over $1 million for the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital Foundation and McNally House, two of the most important organizations in our community. What an incredible contribution by this family. This year also marks the 50th anniversary of Harmony Jewelers. After 5 decades of support from the community, they're making sure they return that support in a meaningful way. Given the challenges that Harmony Jewelers and their staff have faced over the past year, seeing that kind of generosity and resilience on display was remarkable. It was one of those nights that reminds you of what our community is really all about.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Moncton Dieppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with the death of Robert K. Irving earlier this month, New Brunswick has lost one of its greatest business and community leaders. Mr. Irving and his brother Jim were co-chief executive officers of J.D. Irving Limited, which employs more than 20,000 New Brunswickers and drives economic activity that employs thousands more. At the time of his death, Robert Irving had been the face of JDI's operation in the Greater Moncton area for nearly 50 years. He was often the face of philanthropy in our community as well, publicly and privately contributing to more good causes, large and small, than anyone could count. Mr. Irving will also be remembered for his founding and ownership of the Moncton Wildcats, the Quebec Maritime Junior Hockey League team that delighted and inspired hockey fans from around New Brunswick and also across Canada. On behalf of the people of Moncton Dieppe and the entire community, I want to offer my sincere condolences to his wife Jill, to his 4 children, and to his entire family. May he rest in peace.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize one of Oshawa's most cherished annual traditions, Fiesta Week. For 52 years, Fiesta Week has brought our community together through cultural performances, traditional foods, costumes, and displays from around the world. This year, residents and visitors will once again experience long-standing Greek, Caribbean, French, Canadian, Polish, German, Ukrainian, Portuguese, Italian, and Romanian pavilions. We are also proud to welcome the new Indian pavilion and welcome back the Hungarian pavilion. Volunteers work all year long preparing for this one-week-long celebration. I encourage everyone to join us in Oshawa from June 21st to the 27th to experience 14 incredible cultural pavilions in our city. The doors are open and you don't want to miss it. Follow along with Oshawa Fiesta Week on Facebook, and happy Fiesta Week, Oshawa.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mark the 40th anniversary of Développement Vaudreuil-Soulanges, a pillar of economic development in our region. For 4 decades now, DEV has supported entrepreneurs, municipalities, and organizations with passion and determination, helping to make Vaudreuil-Soulanges a dynamic, innovative, and prosperous region. Thanks to their leadership, hundreds of projects have been launched, businesses have grown, and our community has been able to develop while preserving its human touch and its exceptional quality of life. I'd like to commend the remarkable work of the entire Développement Vaudreuil-Soulanges team, their partners, and all those who, over the last 40 years, have contributed to this collective success. On behalf of the people of Vaudreuil, I thank DEV for its commitment and wish them many more years of success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
I rise today to remember the remarkable life of the iconic Albertan Don Seaman. His influence in Alberta and all of Canada will be felt for generations, especially by his friends and family and the business leaders he mentored. A visionary pioneer of Alberta's energy sector, Don helped build Canada's economy, but his impact will reach far beyond business. In the true spirit of build it and they will come, Don helped build a field of dreams in Okotoks, where Seaman Stadium is the crown jewel of Canadian baseball. He literally placed the building blocks not only of a stadium, but for the renowned Dogs baseball program, which stands as a proud symbol of his commitment to youth, sport, and country. Through the Don and Eleanor Seaman Foundation, he supported education, healthcare, community development, and improved countless lives. Now, as we celebrate his beloved Dogs' 20th baseball season in Okotoks, I will remember him sitting in the warm summer sun, watching baseball, savoring a life well lived with thousands of friends in what we now call our Field of Dreams.
The Honourable Member for Orleans. Mr. Speaker.
To the 23rd, we mark Paramedic Services Week, a time to honor the dedicated professional who responds with compassion during Canadians' most difficult moments. In Orleans and across Ottawa, paramedics serves our community every day with courage, professionalism, and care. To all those who answered the call, thank you. Merci.
It's very important for me to recognize their work and to fully support the project to build the National Paramedic Memorial in Ottawa. This memorial will serve as a lasting symbol of our gratitude and will honor their dedication and sacrifices. I would also like to acknowledge the leadership of Norm Robillard, a retired paramedic from Ottawa, as well as the vital work of the Paramedic Memorial Foundation of Canada.
Paramedics deserve recognition equal to their dedication. Their services inspires unity and gratitude in communities across Canada. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Barrie South Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, this evening I will have the honour of co-hosting the annual Terry Fox Humanitarian Awards, where 15 exceptional young Canadians will be recognized for receiving one of our country's most prestigious scholarships. From Surrey, BC to St. John's, Newfoundland, the 2026 cohort represents communities across our country united by a shared commitment to service, compassion, and leadership. These students carry Terry Fox's spirit forward through leadership in community service, academics, athletics, and humanitarianism while supporting them through their undergraduate studies so that they can continue making a difference in their communities and abroad. To the 2026 cohort and graduating recipients, Parliament recognizes and commends your remarkable leadership and dedication to serving others. You reflect the very best of Canada and serve as an inspiration to Canadians across the country. And I'd also like to recognize award recipient Panya Gagnon and award graduate Caleb Small from my riding of Barrie South Innisfil. On behalf of the community, we're incredibly proud of all you've already accomplished and excited to see all that you will continue to achieve in the years ahead.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, in the Utah way, there are a lot of Ottawa Senators fans, and we salute them. But, you know, there's also a lot of fans of really good hockey, and those people want to see the Canadians play in the playoffs at the Slush Puppy Centre. Except that the NHL and the Senators are standing in their way, and they're invoking territorial rights to prevent the Habs games from being broadcast in an arena. If the Senators want their games to be shown, well, all they have to do is not get eliminated after just 4 games. Because of this, the people of Gatineau are missing out on a great event, and worse still, a local mental health organization is missing out on tens of thousands of dollars because they would have received the proceeds of the ticket sales. Yesterday, the National Assembly of Quebec unanimously joined the City of Gatineau and around 7,700 petition signatories asking the League and the Senators to back down. In Quebec, it's the Habs, even in the Flowers heartland. So let's allow fans to gather to support the Canadians all the way to the Cup, because in Gatineau, it's Go Habs Go!
The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie Algoma.
Mr. Speaker, I've got some great news for this House. On Friday, the Minister of Industry joined me at Tenaris Tubes. And you know what? We announced over $70 million in funding towards a project that, it's going to maintain 811 jobs. But it's also going to create 200 new jobs. Mr. Speaker, as you know, I was elected in 2015. And when I was elected, Tenaris Tubes only had 25 people working there. And they laid the blame slowly on the squarely on the previous government for lack of inaction on supporting steel. But today, we are celebrating 1,111 workers that are working to support Canada to become the energy superpower that the Prime Minister has said, and the Tenaris workers are going to make that vision become a reality. Ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate the success in front of this tariff, unjust, unreasonable situation. Congratulations, Tenaris Tubes.
The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker, it's a great pleasure today to welcome 58 students and staff from Jacob Hespeler Secondary School in my hometown of Hespeler, who are visiting Parliament Hill today to observe our democracy in action. These students are taking part in an important learning experience, gaining first-hand insight into Canada's parliamentary system, civic engagement, and public service. I would like to recognize the dedication of the teachers and chaperones Dave Lambert, Ashley Peterson, Michelle Bird, and Cole Boland for helping guide and inspire the next generation. To all 58 members of the Jacob Hespeler Secondary School group visiting today, welcome to Ottawa. I hope your visit encourages you to stay engaged and involved in shaping the future of our communities and our country. To the Liberal members across the aisle, Conservatives will be asking hard questions today that pertain to the real-life future prospects of these young people. I beg you to try actually answering them today to put on a proper show.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, May is Sexual Assault Prevention Month in Ontario. Every day, news stories show how widespread and devastating intimate partner and sexual violence are across Canada. These are not isolated incidents. They're not private matters. They are a systemic crisis with real human and social costs. In Canada, a recent report shows that sexual violence costs nearly $15 billion every year in lost wages, counselling, investigation, courts, and more. And about 1 in 3 police-reported violent incidents involves IPV, and we know this is the tip of the iceberg. Bill C-16 expands protections, increases access, and helps address systemic vulnerability. But cops, courts, and counselling are all after the fact. Prevention must be the goal, through education, early intervention, and addressing root causes, including gender inequality, racism, and discrimination. Thank you to Guelph Wellington Women in Crisis, support teams at the University of Guelph and Guelph General Hospital, Victim Services, Guelph Police, and groups like them across Canada. Ending sexual violence is not just their work. It must be all of ours, and it must be every day.
The honourable member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Just the other day while I was filling up gas in Stony Creek, a member of my community commented on how ridiculous these gas prices are, and I couldn't agree more. Gas prices are 10% higher in Canada than the United States, costing Canadians an average of 16 cents more per litre. Canadians want relief. The Liberal Finance Minister says they've already acted, but they've only acted on 1/3 of the taxes for 1/3 of the year. Our Conservative plan to remove all Liberal taxes on gas and diesel will save a family of 4 in Hamilton $1,200 per year. Mr. Speaker, if the Liberals support our Conservative motion today, we could bring real relief at the pumps. It's what Canadians want, but more importantly, it's what Canadians deserve. Canadians have been getting squeezed for way too long, and this is a great opportunity to put money back in their pockets. Let's do the right thing today. Vote yes for our Conservative motion, and let's give Canadians the win they deserve. Hey!
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, as we saw at the 2026 Winter Olympic and Paralympic Games in Milan Cortina, Canadian athletes show us what's possible when talent, hard work, and opportunity all come together. Today, we have the privilege of recognizing and thanking these extraordinary athletes here in person in Ottawa. Last winter, Team Canada won 21 medals, finishing 8th in the overall standings. At the Winter Paralympic Games, Canadian athletes proudly added 15 medals. Every athlete competed with heart, perseverance, and excellence. Podium finishes and personal bests demonstrated the talent, character, and determination that define Canadian sport. To all of our athletes, we're proud to have seen you wear the maple leaf and represent Canada on the world stage. Thank you also to the coaches, the families, the support staff, the officials, and the Canadian Olympic and Paralympic Committee for their dedication to our athletes. On behalf of all Canadians, thank you for representing our country and inspiring the next generation of Canadian sports heroes.
The honourable member for Newcastle-Gwillimbury.
Canadians are finding themselves on the outside looking in. This Liberal government is wasting insane amounts of money and driving up inflation while our citizens can't afford to eat or house themselves. It's enough to blow the hat right off your head, Mr. Speaker. $300 million on prescribed IT scandal, $800 million on their gun buyback program, $12 billion on foreign aid, $19 billion on government insiders, $1 billion on health care for fake refugees, $200 million on a concrete launch pad. It's like something right out of Spaceballs, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are right to be angry. They're being forced into food banks, living on the streets, and waiting years for basic medical procedures while the Liberals keep on wasting taxpayer dollars. Why is it our people are always at the back of the line in their own country? And when will this Prime Minister start putting Canadians first?
The honourable member for Winnipeg. I would just caution members about the noise level. The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in life, if we're lucky, our paths will cross with some truly extraordinary people. My dear friend Jeff Kovalik-Kloof was one of them. On May 12th, we lost this incredibly kind, generous, and loyal man at only the age of 43. He gave back to the community and served proudly as a key member of the University of Winnipeg-Westman basketball team. He served admirably in senior roles supporting federal ministers here in Ottawa, one of whom was my late father, Jim Carr. Jeff was well known to many who sit in this chamber for his incredible spirit. He managed my father's campaigns as well as mine in 2023. When my dad was diagnosed in the hospital with cancer, Jeff was there. As my dad neared his final breath, Jeff was there. Whenever I needed him, Jeff was there, notwithstanding everything that was going on in his life. Jeff faced more health challenges than anybody should ever have to endure, but he met every one of them with strength, courage, and grace. He never complained. He just kept going. Mr. Speaker, we will miss him dearly, and we are very grateful for the contributions that he and his family have made to this country. May his memory be a blessing. Thank you.
Oral questions, questions orales, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Mégantic, l'érable Lotbinière. While families struggle to pay groceries every month, this Liberal Prime Minister continues to max out the national credit card to fund one scandal after another. $300 million wasted on prescribed IT, $200 million for launch pad on lands that cost lease for practically nothing, $742 million to take firearms away from law-abiding hunters. The result? Higher costs, higher taxes, more debt, more inflation. Gas prices have jumped 28.6%. Grocery costs continue to squeeze families. When will this Liberal Prime Minister stop his credit card-fueled budgets? The Honourable Government House Leader, Mr. Speaker, early this morning, before this member or others even rose, that Canada announced that we are back in the business of making military jets. We have announced we're going to be making exports in LNG towards Europe. These are incredible partnerships with Europe. These are incredible partnerships that will create jobs here in Canada and opportunities. And that is how we will build this country. The honourable member for Mégantic, l'érable Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, like all the other announcements from the Liberals, Canadians will soon be realizing it's all smoke and mirrors. Every time they make an announcement, Mr. Speaker, it just doesn't come true. But Canadian families, they are working harder than ever. But why are they getting poorer just the same? Why? Because this Liberal government is spending taxpayers' money as if there were no limit on the credit card, billions on failed programs. Families are spending incredible amounts just to feed and house themselves. Will he stop spending on his cronies and stop taking care of the real people? The Honourable Industry Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, my colleague just referred to good news. Good news here for more than 3,000 people who will be getting jobs thanks to this new partnership between Saab and Bombardier. We will finally have a surveillance aircraft not only for Canada and for the CAF, but also for the entire world. The United Arab Emirates, France, several other countries throughout NATO are interested in buying that aircraft that will finally be built in Canada by Canadians.
Member for Long Range Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, costly Liberal policies drive inflation up, forcing Canadians to pay more for gas, food, and rent. Don't take my word for it. April stats prove it. Inflation, gas prices, and food prices are all up, yet the Liberal Prime Minister keeps spending $290 million for the failed prescribed IT scandal, $200 million for a gravel space pad in the Liberal riding, $742 million for a failed gun grab. More costs, more taxes, more debt, more on the national credit card. This Prime Minister is just another costly Liberal with nothing to show for his waste. When will he stop?
Hear, hear. Honourable Government House Leader.
You know what Canadians are not talking about? Whatever is written by the Leader of the Opposition for that member. You know what they are talking about? The first ever long-term contract for liquid natural gas off our West Coast, a partnership with Indigenous peoples, a partnership that lasts, a partnership with our allies, and all before noon, Mr. Speaker, the first ever deal with Sweden to manufacture military aircraft here in Canada. 3,000 jobs. That's just before noon. We're just getting going, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Long Range Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians don't want empty promises and empty announcements. He can deflect, but the reality is rent has skyrocketed after years of costly Liberal housing failures. Energy prices rise because this Liberal government's identity is punishing Canadian energy and targeting regular families. Right. With this Liberal Prime Minister, it's more cost, more inflation, and more of the same. He's just another Liberal. Will he finally admit his tax and spend agenda has failed, stop using the credit card, and support the Conservative plan to make Canada affordable again?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
I have
good news for that member. Almost $1 billion for small craft farmers. The member may not speak to her constituents. They speak to me. They are excited. They see this as an opportunity, and I invite the minister to speak to her constituents, or the member to speak to her constituents.
The honourable member for York Durham.
To describe a gullible listener, we used to say, I've got some swampland in Florida for you. But thanks to the Minister of Defence, now we can say a Canadian version. I've got a gravel pit in Nova Scotia for you. At a low cost of just $200 million, the Liberals are trying to build a spaceport. The problem is the company that's leasing it is paying just $13,000, and construction will only cost $70 million. So if the construction is $70 million and the lease is only $13,000, why are Canadians forking out $200 million?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, really good news. Today we announce our commitment to procure the Global Eye SAB's Airborne Early Warning Control aircraft platform. This investment will open new opportunities for Canadian workers, and it's projected to create 3,000 jobs in the Canadian aerospace and defence sector, Mr. Speaker. This is going to be a key resource for the Canadian Armed Forces to enhance our North American security by detecting and deterring threats across the Arctic and beyond. Mr. Speaker, we're just getting started.
The honourable member for York. The honourable member for York. Wait! I can't hear the honourable member. The honourable member for York Durham.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague begged the Liberals to try and have some respect for this place and answer the questions. But that's the essence of the scam. It's just illusions. The Liberals have figured out how to turn a gravel pit into a money pit. It's more costs, more debt, all on the national credit card. If everything is above board, everything is hunky-dory, as the minister claims, why not table in the House the lease agreement? Give us the details. And while he's at it, maybe he could explain why it's Liberal insiders who lobbied for it, Liberal insiders who will benefit from it. So will the minister come clean today and give us a copy of the agreement?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, here's some facts. They don't want to hear them, but here are the facts. Enhanced recruitment up 61%, highest in 30 years. Biggest pay raises in a generation. Major infrastructure renewal on 33 bases. New rifles, new kit, new uniforms for women, 7,500 new housing units, 800 of which are under construction. Serious investments in Arctic offshore patrol ships, P-8 maritime patrol aircrafts, 11 new Sky Guardian drones, space-based polar communications, Arctic over-the-horizon radar. Mr. Speaker, we're just getting started.
Yes.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, never would I have thought I would say these words, but when you have an environmental conscience, you kind of miss Justin Trudeau. And perhaps for other reasons, the Leader of the Opposition feels the same way. I would imagine the member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie feels some nostalgia. This is real backtracking. They have shown the door to a highly credible spokesperson in the area of the environment. Does the government actually understand that when it comes to climate betrayal, this is going far too far? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure him that when you look at this side of the House, we have so many members here who are prepared and fighting for against climate change and for the environment. And when you look at the situation globally, we are world leaders. Just look at our nature strategy. We are world leaders when it comes to our methane regulations. Global leaders with our international financing for climate, and we continue to do this work as a team. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, there is such a thing as climate change. You can fight against the effects of climate change, but not by abandoning the carbon tax, not by financing new oil pipelines, not by scrapping the protection of biodiversity and other measures, not by doing away with the caps. Will the government at some point start listening and correct its actual massive climate betrayal. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois leader really has no reason to lecture us given what he did in the Anticosti Islands. If he wants to talk about what we've done, we are leaders in protecting nature. We were in BC where we protected an area that is larger than PEI. We are continuing to do the work with our nature strategy. We have one of the cleanest electric grids in the world. We were going to double it with our electricity strategy. We'll do it with Hydro-Québec and our partners. We're continuing to do the work. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. I will remind this leader that there was no drilling on Anticosti Island, period. Now, the member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie attempted to change the government and Canada from the inside. He failed. Even though I commend him for his courage in these areas, he had little or no impact under the Carney government. Whereas the Environment Caucus and the Liberal side... The member knows we cannot name members in the House.
Ministre.
Apologies. The Prime Minister. The Environment Caucus in the Liberal Party says our job is not to talk about the environment or to protect it, but rather to support the Prime Minister. Whereas the member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie has left. Is there still an environmental conscience alive in the Liberal Party? The Honourable Minister. Again, Mr. Speaker, we have a team here. On this side, we are united to build Canada, build it well, to protect the environment and to fight climate change. And what we're seeing is with the electricity strategy that we have one of the cleanest electricity grids in the world. I was discussing the matter with Hydro-Québec, and they asked us how we could help. I asked how we could help them build a better electric grid in the province, and that's what we're going to be doing with the investment tax credits. That's precisely what they need so that they can be sure that we will continue to fight climate change.
Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians were promised that life would become more affordable if they trusted this Liberal government. Instead, families are falling further behind as the cost of everything keeps rising. After years of reckless spending, inflation, debt, and more taxes, this Liberal Prime Minister is proving more costly than Justin Trudeau. So how does the Liberal government justify spending $90 billion, which is more than their entire deficit, on the Alto Rail boondoggle in a transportation corridor that is already the most heavily serviced in Canada?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are tired of the podcasts, bizarre workout videos, and empty parking lot press conferences. They're tired of it. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we're going to build the strongest economy in the G7. Abroad, we're signing trade deals that bring billions of dollars to our country. At home, we're cutting taxes. Time for them to put down the kettlebells, help us build Canada strong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I would ask members to try and refrain from provocation. The Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, I'm hearing from desperate Canadians who are frustrated that this Liberal government prioritizes wasteful projects over the needs of families. In Haldimand Norfolk, people are crushed by the cost of gas, basic necessities, and the price of groceries. And they're choosing to pay their bills rather than putting food on the table. Now the government wants to spend $90 billion on a rail line that most people will never, ever use, while Canadians are lining up at food banks just to survive. So tell me, which Liberal insider stands to profit from this tax?
I can't answer that, but the Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families, I'm sure, will answer.
About the constituents I'm meeting in my riding who are talking about the changes in their life through the Canada Dental Care Plan. People who have never been able to get dental care, who have not been covered by plans for the first time in their lives, being able to see the dentist. scientists, people with young children who have not been able to bring their children for dental care, now having coverage. And Mr. Speaker, let's talk about child care for a minute. Over 900,000 children benefiting from child care, and families in Ontario, that member's province, who are now seeing a savings of average $13,000 per child. These are all things they vote against, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Canadians were billed $195,000 for in-flight catering by the Prime Minister for 3 trips. Scottish salmon fillet, sautéed beef with world-famous creamy sauce, and for dessert, luxury Normandy buttercups. Every dollar this Prime Minister spent on his elite palate was first taken from a hard-working Canadian. This Prime Minister means more costs, more taxes, more debt, and more on the national credit card. Will he cut out his fine dining and rein in his inflationary spending so Canadians can afford to eat?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister travels, you know what happens? He brings back jobs, he brings back investment, he brings back opportunity for Indigenous people to participate with equity in projects, he brings back technology, he brings back expertise, he brings back military and industrial benefits to Canada. The Prime Minister travels, oh yes he does, and you know what he does? He brings back jobs and investment and energy to Canada.
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
So the member saying that $195,000 for steak and fine wine is necessary for the Prime Minister to do his job? Shameful. In April alone, Canadians saw gas rise 28%, food rise 3%, hydro rise 20%. At a time like this, Canadians expect fiscal restraint because for them, food and shelter is more than 125% of their income. So if the Prime Minister really wants luxury Normandy buttercups, can he just put it on his own credit card instead of the backs of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
And be proud of having a Prime Minister not only that is travelling across the world to bring back investment and jobs, but also that he's working in a very difficult environment across the world as the international rules order is shifting. That is what Canadians expect, that we are able to create jobs across this country. We've been able to create more than 70,000 jobs since the last fall, and we'll continue to do so.
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Another month gone and another disastrous report card on Liberal affordability measures, Mr. Speaker. Food inflation is up, yet nobody on the Liberal benches can tell me their plan to increase food production. Rent is up despite a fourth housing bureaucracy presented as a silver bullet. And now gas prices have surged 28% in April, the largest monthly increase ever recorded. Liberals promised relief, but instead food, rent and fuel is further out of reach. Today they have an opportunity to bring down food and fuel prices by taking all the tax off all the fuel for the rest of the year. Will this costly Liberal Prime Minister and his get-along gang vote in favour today?
The Honourable Minister for Northern and Arctic Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians voted in this new government to get results, and that's what we're doing. The member opposite has voted against every measure that we're taking to support Manitobans. We're investing in housing, infrastructure, aerospace. In fact, I just met with students from the Plumbers and Pipe Fitters Union 256, and they're so excited about our Red Seal program and working hard to get that $5,000 bonus. So I don't understand why the member opposite keeps voting against these measures.
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
In typical Liberal fashion, nothing about the fuel tax. Mr. Speaker, their half measure on fuel tax is just 3 months away from expiring. Do you know any Canadians who felt real relief? I sure don't. In fact, the only people I see waving the mission accomplished flag are people like that minister who are Liberals. Everyone knows that it'll take years to truly solve the Liberal inflation crisis, but the least these tired costly Liberals could do is give Canadians a real break on all their fuel taxes. Is the Liberal plan really to tell Canadians that their affordability crisis will be solved by the end of summer? Seriously? Why not take all the tax off all the fuel for the rest of the year and give Canadians some real relief today?
The Honourable Secretary of State The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, this side of the House, we focus on affordability. They're focused on bluster. We just paused the consumer excise tax on gas. That's 10 cents a litre. Combine that with the cut.
Okay, we need to lower the decibels. We need to lower the decibels. I think it's better now, so the Honourable Secretary of State may continue.
Mr. Speaker, we cut the excise tax on gas. That was 10 cents a litre. We cut the consumer carbon tax. That was 18 cents a litre. That is 28 cents a litre for Canadians when they fill up at the pump. This side continues to vote against every affordability measure we have ever put forward. They do not have Canadians' interest at heart. We're going to focus on delivering affordability for Canadians on this side of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, Windsor families are tired of being failed by this Liberal government. They're paying about 30 cents more per litre of gasoline than people across the river in Detroit. This Liberal Prime Minister is the same as the previous one. He's very expensive and has nothing to show for his spending. All we get from him is more costs, more taxes, more debt, and more on the national credit card. We Conservatives have a real plan. Canadian families are looking for relief. Let's provide them by removing all federal gas taxes for 1 year. No more half measures, Mr. Speaker. When will this government, Liberal government, get it done?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Labour.
Mr. Speaker, that member knows very well that we've taken a number of initiatives that have helped Windsor families, Mr. Speaker, and people in Windsor know that that member has voted against every one of those members, Mr. Speaker. But what we know is that it is time to invest and build, Mr. Speaker. Canada is building again. Today, we announced Canada's first European LNG agreement that will attract more than $30 billion in investment. We are building new nuclear, Mr. Speaker, in Ontario. Critical mineral projects in Quebec, like the Nouveau Mine project, and in the prairies, major infrastructure across the country, Mr. Speaker, from Newfoundland to Labrador.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. With this vast understanding of Quebec, after having seen the Battle of the Plains of Abraham was we don't know what, the Prime Minister said clearly that the majority with respect to sovereignty, the 50% plus one, is unclear. So I guess we should start by cancelling the 1995 referendum and starting all over. This time around, clearly, he should have just minded his own business, and the National Assembly of Quebec reminded him of that with a unanimous motion. There are about 170 members of the Liberal Party here and about 40 or so from Quebec.
The Honourable
Minister, Mr. Speaker, I can perhaps assist the Bloc Québécois member. I think the answer will be the same as earlier this week. I understand that the Bloc members are experts at dividing people, controversies that don't exist. We are squarely focused, as my colleagues have said, on issues that matter to Quebecers and Canadians. We seek to work with the government of Quebec, with businesses, with workers in Quebec and throughout the entire country. That remains our priority. And Mr. Speaker, things are going well. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Unanimously, the National Assembly doesn't seem to think that same thing. Some people may be for sovereignty. Some say maybe later. Some say no. But all Quebecers are convinced that they have the right to make their own decisions. 30 years after the shenanigans with the first referendum, is the Prime Minister saying that they should not count, that they could only... Can he not tell Quebecers that they really need to focus on their own will as Quebecers? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again, we understand that the Bloc Québécois is seeking controversy where there is none and more division. The Bloc leader knows full well, because we work with our colleagues from the Bloc and all parliamentarians to find solutions such as against the tariff threat from the United States, to support businesses and workers throughout the country that are facing tariff threats that are absolutely unjustified. We will continue, Mr. Speaker, to do this work, and I certainly hope the Bloc Québécois will get on board on these important matters for Quebec. The honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis. Mr. Speaker, this distress that's experienced is for real. The number of people seeking food assistance in my riding has jumped by 66% in just 3 years. The situation is so critical at these food banks that some organizations are warning they'll soon have to tighten their eligibility criteria and turn away hungry families. These increases are caused by this government's costly policies. When will this Prime Minister finally allow Canadians to pay their bills and feed their families? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Identity and Culture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a great deal of respect for my colleague. We sit on the same committee and we have extraordinary exchanges. But what I am a bit confused about in this chamber when she speaks is that there seems to be a bit of a disconnect between what she defends in committee and what she's asking for in this chamber. This person is always supporting community organizations, women, and that's just not what I'm hearing here in this space. Sorry, I did not use the right title for the parliamentary secretary. My apologies. The honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis. Mr. Speaker, this government's housing and inflation crisis is tearing families apart. Rents have jumped 3.6% in 1 year, marking a dramatic cumulative increase of 30.8% since 2021. Today, food insecurity is so severe that some Canadians must spend 120% of their income just to feed themselves and pay for housing. When will this Prime Minister put an end to his costly, out-of-control budgets and finally take the cost of living crisis seriously now? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Women and Gender Equality. Mr. Speaker, we take the housing crisis very, very seriously. We have a federal agency that's been established, Build Canada Homes. Under this agency, housing, affordable housing, is the government's priority. We understand a large percentage of revenues is focused on housing. In my riding, certainly that is the priority for the government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, I have met with many residents of Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier in recent weeks, and the situation is glaringly obvious. The cost of living has become unaffordable. Our seniors and our youth are paying a heavy price for the impacts of this Liberal government. For the past 10 years, the Liberals have tried different programs, but they aren't working. When you have to dip into your savings just to eat, that's alarming. When is this Liberal Prime Minister going to stop recklessly spending on Canadians' credit cards to make life more affordable for everyone? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, my colleague for Hochelaga just asked a very relevant question. What is an inflationary expense? The Conservatives say that if you spend, you worsen things for Canadians. But actually, people depend on dental care. They actually depend on the child care benefit. They depend on the GST rebate for groceries and essentials. And yet, these members seem to stand against these measures. We don't understand. Do they have a plan to help people? Or is this just smoke and mirrors from the opposition?
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Well, what's really unfortunate here is that the Liberals are completely disconnected from reality. The member across the way should have listened to my question. In 2014, there was a world energy crisis. The cost of oil was $100 a barrel, but fuel only cost $1.38. That was under the Harper government. Today, oil is at the same price per barrel, but gas costs 40 cents more per liter. That's because of Liberal policies. Can this Prime Minister take the bull by the horns and create measures to help Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we're not going to take advice from these conservatives because they keep standing up and asking the same old question. I respect my colleague, but he should stand up to vote for C30, legislation that will put more money in the pockets of 12 million Canadians. Plenty of people in his riding will be happy to get that money. Is he going to help people in his riding? They are watching today, and they are waiting for their MP to stand up for them. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals use any old statistic to try to pull the wool over our eyes and make us think that things are going well, but actually there's more taxes, more spending, more problems. When I go to my riding, I'm constantly hearing that people are having to make difficult choices on how to put food on the table or about where to live. They never had to make these kinds of choices before. When will this government finally stop making Canadian families pay the bill for this government's costly mismanagement? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, my colleague already explained that Housing Canada, Build Canada Homes is there for affordable housing. We're making sports affordable to make sports accessible for people. We are creating new programs for our society to cut taxes, to help people. On this side of the House, we are taking strong action to help people in our ridings. In my riding, Thérèse de Blainville, I can say that organizations in my riding are appreciative of our programs.
Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians watched with pride as over 250 Canadian athletes competed this year in the Milano Cortina Olympic and Paralympic Games. And nothing, Mr. Speaker, makes us prouder than cheering on Team Canada. So can the Secretary of Sport tell us how the Government of Canada is supporting these incredible athletes?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Sport.
Speaker, I'd like to thank my friend and colleague from Mississauga East Cooksville because he knows what it takes to be an Olympic medalist and an Olympian. He has raced the marathon at the Olympic Games for Team Canada. So thank you very much for him. Today we welcome the 2026 Team Canada Olympic and Paralympic athletes to Parliament Hill, Mr. Speaker. Every time Team Canada competes, they represent our country and wear the maple leaf. It makes us proud. Our world-class teams and athletes deserve a world-class sports system, and that's why we're building Canada strong from playground to podium by investing over $755 million into the Canadian sports system over the next 5 years to improve access to higher sport participation, host more international sporting events, and support our incredible national team athletes.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer.
Mr. Speaker, 74,000, three-quarters the size of Red Deer. That's the number of rejected refugees still in Canada getting luxury, taxpayer-funded health care that Canadians can only dream of. They're supposed to be deported, not given better care than those paying for it. Worse, this Liberal government has lost track of 28,000 of these fraudsters. They vanished into our communities and still billing Canadians. Where are these 28,000 fraudsters? And when will this Liberal government deport them?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I have said yesterday, this is a temporary program for health coverage. It covers essential services. The cost is tied to volumes, and the good news is that they don't want to hear is that we brought the volumes down by 59%. Because of a Liberal budget, because of a Liberal bill, and as the PBO had said this week, we will save taxpayers over $400 million annually.
The Honourable Member for Riding Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Liberal House Leader defended luxury health benefits for asylum claimants that his own government rejected, stating they are, quote, the most vulnerable people on earth. Really? Well, how about William Amona Russell, the rejected asylum claimant who raped 2 women and murdered a 20-year-old girl while still in Canada? Yet under the Liberals, criminals like him remain eligible for luxury health benefits like physiotherapy and home care. Shame. Do the Liberals still believe these rejected asylum claimants deserve better health benefits than Canadians?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we believe that criminals should be in jail. We believe that criminals should be prosecuted to the full.
The Honourable Government House Leader from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, we believe that criminals should be prosecuted and jailed to the full extent of the law. We also believe that Canada has an obligation under international treaties to accept vulnerable people from war-torn and ravaged areas around this world, and every single Canadian I know, except perhaps that member, would give care to a vulnerable human being who arrives on Canadian shores and needed our care.
The Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges,
Speaker,
Richmond.
the Liberal asylum system is a dumpster fire. The minister told Canadians they stopped paying for asylum seekers' accommodations, but they are now simply bankrolling municipalities to do it for them. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has found that nearly 74,000 failed asylum claimants are also still receiving luxury health benefits. After a year, this Prime Minister's immigration system looks like the anniversary edition to the last 10. Will the Prime Minister stand up, admit his Justin Trudeau-inspired immigration policies have failed, and finally end the luxury health benefits for failed asylum claimants?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know that member and I respect him, and I know he knows that I am here to manage migration responsibly, to strengthen our rural communities. That is exactly what we are doing. Our asylum claims are down 59%. The PBO confirmed with us that because of the measures that we have taken by copay, by Bill C-12, we will be reducing $400 million annually those costs. We will continue to protect those that are in need of protection. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, a non-citizen on a student visa organized major theft from an Alberta store not once, but 14 times.
Wow.
They were convicted of a major crime under Canada's Criminal Code, which carries a punishment of up to 10 years in prison. They should have been deported, as the law requires, but today we found out that they weren't. The National Post reported that a judge gave them a sweetheart deal, house arrest, so that they could avoid deportation. By voting against our bill to ensure non-citizen criminals don't get sweetheart sentences, the Liberals sent a message that it's okay for non-citizens to commit major crimes. Why?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that member knows that there is nothing in the Immigration Act that allows any judges to discount any sentences. She also knows that Canadian or not, no one can commit a crime on Canadian soil without impunity, including those that are on asylum, including anyone else. We have brought in measures, we have brought in criminal bills. They keep avoiding voting with us, so we expect them to let us, in the next couple of weeks,
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Well, the minister, she's right. There isn't anything in the Criminal Code. That's why we put forward a bill to put something in the Criminal Code to stop this. And yet, when she had an opportunity to sway the Justice Minister to support the bill, the man who created the massive Liberal dumpster fire that she's perpetuating, she said, no, it's fine. Today, the Liberals are defending this abysmal practice. This is divisive post-nationalism that the Liberals have put forward for years. The respect for the rule of law is a minimum requirement for anybody in our country, and when they erode that, they erode our national identity. Every normal Canadian agree with this. Why don't they?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, the issue that the member raises has been an issue in Canada for a number of years. She should know well, as the Supreme Court of Canada in 2013 actually ruled on this specific issue. What's interesting about the timeline, Mr. Speaker, of that decision is that she was sitting in the federal cabinet at the time and chose to do absolutely nothing about it. For our part, Mr. Speaker, we are in the midst of launching the most serious set of criminal law reforms to strengthen the criminal code that this country has seen in generations. Regardless of your immigration status, if you commit a serious crime, you should be met with a serious penalty, and where a court deems appropriate, that can and should include deportation.
Well done, Sean.
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson-Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister called Beijing Canada's greatest security threat. That was during the election. Despite this, within a year, he signed a memorandum of understanding with Communist China as it relates to security matters. I have been asking for that memorandum of understanding for over 5 months. The Minister, the Prime Minister, have refused to disclose it. When will they produce the memorandum of understanding that was signed with Communist China?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. Canada has had an MOU with China on combating crime in various forms since 2010. These have never been made public. As with the potential release of any sensitive national security document, we're carefully following the advice of our intelligence and law enforcement agencies. We will continue to work collaboratively with international and law enforcement partners to combat transnational criminal networks to keep Canadians safe. And Canada will always be guided by 3 principles, Mr. Speaker, including the rule of law, protection of Canadians, and the defense of Canada.
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson-Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, if the Minister wants to talk about history, let's talk about history. When did the Prime Minister in the past call Beijing Canada's greatest security threat and then just within a year sign a memorandum of understanding? Never before had we heard stories of foreign interference to the same degree. Never before had a Prime Minister said exactly what he said. So why is he unprepared to shine the light, Mr. Speaker? These Liberals don't want to shine the light. They don't want to inform Canadians. Inform Canadians, will they do it today? Yes or no?
Well done.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, let me reiterate that we've had some form of an agreement on safety and security since 2010 with China. They've never been made public, Mr. Speaker, including under the opposition who were in government at that time. We will continue to work in collaboration with law enforcement, with our international partners to ensure the safety and security of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. We are a country of the rule of law, and we'll be guided to protect Canadians and to defend Canada's democracy and sovereignty, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, 1 year ago, Canadians didn't feel safe on their own streets. Now, after a year of this same old Liberal government, they're afraid in their own homes. In Cambridge, people are being attacked where they sleep. A 60-year-old senior was assaulted in his own home. A homeowner had his wallet taken while they also tried to steal his car. In the middle of the night, a woman was sexually assaulted by a stranger who broke into her home. This is what happens when repeat offenders are let back out instead of kept behind bars. Canadians are paying the price. How much worse does it have to get before these Liberals stop letting criminals cycle through the system and start keeping Canadians safe in their own homes?
Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, we've been working aggressively to put forward many pieces of legislation, a record number, over 8 pieces of legislation in this House that address these issues, that address public safety. More changes to the Criminal Code of Canada than any other government has made. We're strengthening bail laws, and we're making sentences longer, Mr. Speaker. But the provinces also have to do their part. And what we've heard is that many Crown attorneys dismiss charges, and even to the point where we've seen prisoners accidentally released. Mr. Speaker, the provinces too have to resource their courtrooms.
The honourable member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal minister just told Canadians to feel safer because they proposed a Band-Aid for a system they broke. Canadians don't need another paper promise. They need to be safe in their own homes. The Liberal government softened crime laws, let repeat offenders walk free and come right back through Canadians' front doors. Police are forced to arrest the same offenders again and again because this system keeps letting them out. Criminals aren't getting the message and getting bolder because they know they won't face real consequences. A system that won't keep them behind bars isn't protection, it's failure. It's like putting a screen door on a submarine, completely useless. When will they shut down this revolving door and start protecting Canadians?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, we're strengthening penalties and we're giving law enforcement the tools they need to catch criminals. Mr. Speaker, just last week, Peel Regional Police arrested over 65 individuals connected to organized retail crime. These are criminals who were going out and looting our small businesses, Mr. Speaker, over 65 people. And we are working to make sure that bail laws are strengthened. But you know who's been getting in the way? The Conservatives, Mr. Speaker.
That's right.
Time and time again, police chiefs across this country are telling us that they need the tools in C-22, and the Conservatives...
L'honorable député de Rivière.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians.
On va s'organiser là pour.
Let's just ensure that the member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles can ask a question. The honourable member, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians, watch with pride as over 250 Canadian athletes competed this year at the Milano Cortina Olympic and Paralympic Games. Nothing makes us prouder than cheering on Team Canada. Can the Secretary of State for Sport tell us how the Government of Canada is supporting these incredible athletes? Thank you. The Honourable Secretary of State, Sport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, we welcome. We're paying tribute to our athletes, please. The Honourable Secretary of State, please. I'll ask him to repeat his response from the beginning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, we are welcoming the Team Canada 2026 Olympic and Paralympic athletes to Parliament Hill. Every time Team Canada competes and wear the maple leaf, we couldn't be prouder. Our world-class teams and athletes deserve a world-class sports system. We are building Canada strong from playground to podium by investing over $750 million to strengthen the Canadian sports system. I'd like to congratulate all of Team Canada. Go Canada, go.
The honourable member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Mr. Speaker, after much hype, the Minister of National Defence paraded the snowbirds in front of the media for all of Canada to see. Then he shamefully announced the snowbird team was grounded after the 2026 season, and the people behind him were losing their jobs. Which Liberal government was wrong? The one that spent $30 million to keep them flying, or the one that is prematurely grounding them? Both L3Harris and Magellan Aerospace, who inspected the jets, say the Tudors are safe to fly until 2030. Mr. Speaker, was the squadron ever asked the question if the team could fly till 2030?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, our government is taking action to ensure that Canadians can continue.
The honourable member for Louvain. The honourable member for Louvain should allow the minister to answer the questions. The minister can begin from the top. You didn't.
Mr. Speaker, our government is taking action to ensure that Canadians can continue to enjoy the iconic 9-plane snowbirds formation for generations to come, and this member knows that. Instead of hyping up things, why doesn't he work with us? We announced a commitment to procure the CT-157, the Pilatus C-21, that will serve both the future snowbirds team and pilot training. This new capability will be based at 15 Wing Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan, and is expected to be operational by the latest the early 2030s. We intend to procure these aircraft quickly, and we will do so.
The honourable member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Mr. Speaker, if they're safe to fly now, why aren't they safe to fly next year? The Liberal government took over a decade to sign the F-35 contract, which is now under review and delayed. If the snowbird replacement follows that timeline, the team won't fly again until the 2040s. For 55 years, the snowbirds have been a jet team. The replacement the minister has announced is a propeller aircraft. Who made the decision not to pick jets?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, what we won't do on this side of the House is take our lead from social media sites. What we will do is work with the Royal Canadian Air Force. We will listen to the experts there. That's exactly what we've done. And as the Air Force advances its air and space modernization efforts, we remain firmly committed to a future air demonstration capability that continues this proud legacy. Canadians across North America can look forward to the Snowbird's distinctive 9-plane formation for generations to come in an outstanding replacement plane.
The honourable member for Swift Current Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, Day for Rural Development, the only Liberal MP in Saskatchewan, called the grounding of the Snowbirds a potential loss.
That wasn't provocative, and it created disorder. So we'll let the member start from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, so the Secretary of State for Rural Development, the only Liberal MP in Saskatchewan, called the grounding of the Snowbirds. He called the grounding of the Snowbirds the potential loss of 80 jobs, I'll quote, a very, very joyous and happy event. But given his track record for 26 years as an MLA, including 8 as a cabinet minister for the NDP, this isn't surprising. He destroyed our province for a generation, and he is living up to that record so far in his first term in Ottawa. The Snowbirds are a Canadian icon, so why are the Liberals not keeping their promise and keeping this national symbol?
Hear, hear.
Before we start, the member. Before we start, I would remind the member to go through the chair, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. More Liberals from Saskatchewan are coming, Mr. Speaker, so the cavalry is on its way. We'll take no lessons from the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, over there. And why? Because they did nothing for 10 long years. But since their absence from Saskatchewan, coming over here to do nothing, what happened back home, Mr. Speaker? Headline, Saskatchewan value-added agriculture revenue reached a record $8.4 billion, which is twice than 10 years ago when you guys left Saskatchewan. So we will not take any lessons from you guys.
Yeah, I didn't live in Saskatchewan. I never left it. Yeah, it is. It's a great province, but I never lived in Saskatchewan and I never left it. Okay, so the honourable member for Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, that's a hard act to follow. But as we are dealing with climate change and it continues to increase the frequency and severity of emergencies like flooding, wildfires, and storms, it is critical that Indigenous communities are recognized as equal partners in emergency preparedness and response efforts that keep community members safe. Can the Minister of Indigenous Services update this House on the historic agreement signed with Abequit First Nation and the Government of PEI, and how our government is advancing Indigenous-led approaches to emergency management and community resilience in PEI and across
the Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for that important question. We have just signed a historic, first of its kind, multilateral emergency management agreement between Abequit First Nation, the government of PEI, and our new government. I want to thank Chief Gould and his council for hosting this important event. This agreement recognizes Abequit First Nation as a full and equal partner in emergency management. It strengthens planning, preparedness, and coordination in regionally specific ways that are culturally appropriate and responsive to community needs. Working in partnerships with Indigenous people is something that I'm proud of.
The honourable member for Terra Nova, the Peninsula.
Minister took office, China announced a 25% tariff on Canadian seafood. A few months later, I was sitting right here watching the Liberals brag about how they sold out the automotive industry, allowing thousands of Chinese spy cars on our streets to save the seafood industry. But that deal only covered 2 species. Other seafoods, including sea cucumber, is still at 25% tariffs. Will this Prime Minister go to the wharves, speak with the Canadians whose jobs are at risk, to justify this fishy deal?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Speaker, I want to reassure this member that I meet regularly with harvesters on the wharf and here in Ottawa and across the country. I also meet with ambassadors across this country to bring forward the need for our seafood to enter into markets. I have colleagues who are doing the same thing. I'm going to ask this member if he is going to support small craft farmers. Almost $1 billion in support. That's right. Supports this industry. I will be watching how we vote.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Later this afternoon, we will hear the Honourable Member from Laurier-Sainte-Marie address this place one last time. Je le remercie.
I'd like to thank him. I'd like to congratulate him for his integrity and courage.
Environment, will she find the courage to fight for climate? Will she find the courage to fight for our future?
Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to assure this House and all Canadians that I and this entire team of people in the Liberal benches fight every day against climate change. We fight for good, strong climate policy that is unifying, pragmatic, and it will work. We are taking action. We are protecting nature. We are protecting the environment. We're going to continue to do that work because we know that that is what's best to build a strong Canada. Yeah.
I wish to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of 3 delegations. Commonwealth parliamentarians hosted by the Canadian branch of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, and Andrew Parsons, President of the International Paralympic Committee, and the recipients of the 2026 Terry Fox Humanitarian Award. Honourable colleagues, it being 3:17, pursuant to the order made on Thursday, April 30th, 2026, the House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole to welcome Canada's 2026 Milano Cortina Olympic and Paralympic Games athletes.
Order. Order, please. Order, please. On April 30th, 2026, by unanimous consent, the House adopted the following motion. That, notwithstanding any standing order or habitual practice of the House, at the end of the time provided for oral questions on Wednesday, May 27th, 2026, the House would resolve to Committee of the Whole to welcome the Canadian athletes from the Olympic and Paralympic Games in Milano Cortina 2026. Provided that A, the Speaker welcome the athletes to the House, the names of the athletes present be deemed read and printed in the debates of the House of Commons this day. C, at the end of its deliberations, the Committee of the Whole will rise. And D, only authorized photographers can take pictures during the deliberations of the Committee of the Whole.
That my honourable colleagues are as excited as I am to welcome these extraordinary Canadians. We have many athletes to celebrate, too many to fit all together at once in this chamber, so we will be welcoming them in 2 waves.
This means that we need to be patient and disciplined to ensure that things go smoothly.
The attention of colleagues to the last item of the motion I have just read and ask members to not take photos during the proceedings. Merci.
Once again, thank you to everyone for not taking pictures during the ceremony to make sure that it goes well.
It is my great privilege and pleasure to welcome onto the floor of the House of Commons Canada's Olympians and Paralympians from the 2026 Milano Cortina Games. Chers athlètes.
Dear athletes, we're not done.
Chers athlètes. Non, restez.
Please stay. Dear athletes, you are quite simply extraordinary. You are quite simply extraordinary.
It's the word that describes each one of you. Vous nous inspirez avec votre...
You inspire us through your dedication to excellence, your commitment to finding what is best within yourselves thanks to years of training, sacrifice, and determination required to become the very best.
No one achieves the heights of Olympus without a team. So let us celebrate the coaches, families, administrative and support teams, staff, and the Canadian Olympic and Paralympic committees for their hard work and dedication. Through all your efforts, Team Canada won 21 medals, including 5 gold during the Olympic Games and 15 medals, including 3 gold during the Paralympic Games. On behalf of all parliamentarians, thank you. You made us so very proud. Merci à toutes et à tous.
Thank you, each and every one of you, for being here today. We will now welcome the next group of Olympic and Paralympic athletes.
He can't help it. He can't help it. I know, he's a hugger. He's just a hugger. Écoutez, alors, on attend.
All right. Ministers.
Monsieur le ministre.
Gentlemen, Mr. Ministers. What did he say? Minister, we are waiting the second wave.
He's trying to steal their gold medals to pay them.
Non, c'est ça, c'est ça.
Good afternoon.
Order, please.
Order.
Bonjour. Bienvenue au
Welcome to Parliament. On behalf of my colleagues here in the House, it is a great pleasure to welcome you here today. Canadians throughout this country are so proud of you. Everyone can appreciate the years of training, sacrifice, and determination you need to become a world-class athlete.
Your example of hard work and dedication in the pursuit of your sport is such a source of inspiration. You motivate all of us to perform to the best of our abilities, no matter what our field of endeavor. And in this way, you are helping to build a better and stronger Canada. Indeed, that is the power of greatness. It expands beyond the individual and touches everyone. We are so proud to have you with us today, and we want to recognize the special people that have been by your side on your journey to excellence, the coaches, your families, as well as the administrative and support teams, and the Canadian Olympic and Paralympic committees for their constant support. Grâce à vos efforts, l'équipe.
Thanks to your efforts, Team Canada took home 21 medals, including 5 gold medals during the Olympic Games and 15, including 3 gold medals during the Paralympic Games. On behalf of all parliamentarians, I thank you for having represented our country so well. We are proud of you.
One more thing I'd like to say. Before I end, I'd like to say that pursuant to the order made on Thursday, April 30th, 2026, the names of the Olympic and Paralympic athletes are deemed read and will be printed in the debates of the House. The Committee of the Whole, which is what we are now, we are the Committee of the Whole, will rise. Thank you very much. Olympians. I would remind members that we have 2 votes on the agenda. They're Olympians. Yes, 15-minute bills. I just want to remind members that we will soon be voting.
The Prime Minister is on.
Colleagues, it being 3:50, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Lefebvre relating to the business of supply. Call in the members.
The question is as follows. Mr. Lefebvre, seconded by Mrs. Jansen, moved that given that, one, gas prices are 13% higher in Canada than in the United States, may I dispense? No? Than in the United States, equating to 22% more on average per litre. Two, gas now costs 50 cents more per litre today than when global oil prices were at the same level in 2014. 3. The Minister of Finance and National Revenue told Canadians on May 19th, we have already acted. 4. Canadian families are still paying more to live due to a decade of Liberal credit card budgets, waste, and mismanagement. The House called on the government to offer Canadians immediate relief by ending all federal taxes on gas and diesel for the rest of the year, including the GST, and permanently scrap the clean fuel standard. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Yep. Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Miss Thomas.
Miss Thomas.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Ross.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Miss Rood.
Ms. Rood.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Mallette, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Monsieur Mallette, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Jensen.
Mrs. Jensen.
Mr. Albulteif.
Mr. Albulteif.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Centre.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Centre.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mr. Ow.
Mr. Ow.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury-Est, Manitoulin, Nicobelt.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury-Est, Manitoulin, and Nicobelt.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bonk.
Mr. Bonk.
Mrs. Cody.
Mrs. Cody.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mrs. DeReader.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Miss Kirkland.
Miss Kirkland.
Miss
Cronus.
Conis.
Miss Cronus.
Mr. Mantle. Correction, Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar, Brampton East.
Miss Ojevsky.
Miss Ojevsky.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Miss Gould.
Miss Gould.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Jazik.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Belanger, Desnati, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger, Desnati, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Miss McKnight.
Miss McKnight.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Miss Alty.
Miss Alty.
Miss McLean, Esquimalt, Saanich, Suk.
Miss McLean, Esquimalt, Saanich, Suk.
Mr. Zercelli.
Mr. Zercelli.
Madame Chenette.
Madame Chenette.
Miss Latanzio.
Miss Latanzio.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Minard.
Madame Minard.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Bardisi.
Mr. Bardisi.
Madame Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Miss Chi.
Miss Chi.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Classen.
Mr. Classen.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Miss Church.
Miss Church.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mr. Chiffquet.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Miss Akan.
Ms. Akan.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. El Saoud.
Madame Auguste.
Madame Auguste.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Connors.
Madame Dandurand.
Madame Dandurand.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Miss Fancy.
Miss Fancy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Harrison.
Miss Hurdle.
Miss Hurdle.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Joseph.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Mallet Bay of Quinty.
Mr. Mallet Bay of Quinty.
Miss Miedema.
Miss Miedema.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Miss Naughton.
Miss Naughton.
Miss Whean.
Miss Whean.
Miss O'Rourke.
Miss O'Rourke.
Mr. Saney.
Mr. Saney.
Monsieur Sari.
Mr. Sari.
Miss Sodi.
Miss Sodi.
Miss Tesser Dirksen.
Tesser Dirksen.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Bonin.
Monsieur Bonin.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Miss May.
Miss May.
And Mr. Strauss.
That?
No. Oh,
No.
okay. Yeah.
La Chambre attendra.
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform members that the electronic voting period is now ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Wood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was having technical difficulties with the app, and I'm voting in favor.
Mr. Janice, yea pour.
The honourable member for Kitchener. We're trying to sort out the vote here. So the honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had some difficulties with my app, and I would like to vote in favor.
Mr. Strong.
The honourable member for St. Albert Sturgeon River.
Mr. Speaker, I also had difficulty with my app and wish my vote to be recorded in support of the motion.
Mr.
Colleagues,
Cooper,
I can't hear. Nobody can hear what the members are saying because there's cross conversation. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, because of the noise in the chamber, I could not hear whether the clerk called me Cronus or Conance. So I just wanted to make sure that my vote was recorded as Cronus. Thank you.
Yes, the clerk used the proper name, Cronus. Okay. I would ask that the table now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 138, 138. Nays contre 195, 195.
I declare the motion defeated. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading of Bill S-233 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Doherty, seconded by Mr. Falk, Provencher, moved that Bill S-233, an act to amend the criminal code, assault against persons who provide health services and first responders, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. The 10-minute period for members. Yes. The Honourable Chief Government
Thank
Whip.
you, Mr. Speaker. I believe if you seek it, you'll find consent to apply the results from the last vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting yes.
The Chief Opposition
Conservatives agree to apply the vote, and we're enthusiastically supporting this bill.
The Honourable Bloc Québécois Whip. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc Québécois will be voting in favour. Unfortunately, I did not hear. Is it something with the sound system? I didn't hear that.
For Courtney Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, New Democrats also agree to apply the vote, and we enthusiastically support this bill. Thank you.
Yeah. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I can't hear anything.
Will apply the vote. Thank the good Lord and vote yes.
What's going on with the sound system? The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 333, 333. Nays contre 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Je désire informer la Chambre.
I'd like to inform the House that due to the deferred recorded division, the time for government orders will be extended by 16 minutes.
I need a replacement here. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 3688, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 22 petitions. These returns will be tabled in electronic format.
Hear, hear.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Quebec Centre. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to introduce in both official languages and virtually the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security, entitled Risk Management at the Canada-U.S. border. The request is for a global response. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate. A moment. Madame Vien, seconded by Madame Roberts, moves that S-242, an act respecting national action for the prevention of intimate partner violence, be now read a first time. The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to table before the House Bill S-242, an act respecting national action for the prevention of intimate partner violence, or we also call it Georgina's Act. It's an initiative raised by our colleague Fabian Manning, who decided to take action following his meeting with Georgina McGrath, a survivor of intimate partner violence. And this bill, Mr. Speaker, proposes that the government maintain national action for women subjected to this intimate partner violence. There would be accountability on performance. In terms of statistics, there have been 10 femicides since January alone. Over the last 48 hours, a woman has been killed, and 76%. There's been a 76% increase in acts of violence against women. It's a national crisis. S-242 will link together every province, every territory, and every community so everyone works together to finally do away with this problem. This is another tool in our toolbox to protect women. Thank you. This motion is deemed carried. When will this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Motions.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Mission Matsqui Abbotsford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have several petitions to present today, but the first one is regarding the alarming increase in repeat violent offenders being released on bail. The petitioners have witnessed a sharp increase in car theft, gang violence, and drug-related deaths. In fact, one constituent warned me about a car theft at my house just this week. Violent crimes have increased by 50%. Violent gun crime has surged by 116%. In 2022, 256 Canadians were tragically killed by people out on bail thanks to Liberal catch-and-release policies under Bill C-75. The petitioners are calling on the Minister of Justice to urgently reform Canada's bail laws and restore safety on our streets. The second petition I'd like to present today is regarding the ongoing challenges British Columbians are facing regarding recreational access to coho and chinook in British Columbia. Constituents are calling in good faith on the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans to leave the current salmon allocation policy alone and uphold the cultural rights and traditions of all British Columbians to access fish, especially on the Fraser River. And the final petition I would like to present today is on behalf of Canadian organic growers who are concerned about the closure of the organic and regenerative research program at the Swift Current Research and Development Centre. Petitioners note that this was the only dedicated organic research initiative within agriculture and agri-food Canada. Therefore, they call on the government to reinstate the program and strengthen public research in organic and regenerative agriculture within agriculture and agri-food Canada to align with the government's own goals of increasing agricultural exports abroad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saskatoon South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure here this afternoon to rise and present a petition signed by Canadians from across my province of Saskatchewan, and actually many from my riding of Saskatoon South, who strongly oppose Bill C-9 for its infringement upon the fundamental right of free speech. Many of these who signed the petition in Saskatchewan in the last couple of months came to Saskatoon as we held a round table, and many of these people are upset with C9 and this current government, what they're doing with their infringement rights. Thank you.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table petition today on behalf of fellow chartered professional accountants and other tax preparers who are concerned about how Canada Revenue Agency authorizes its tax representatives. Petitions point out that CRA has moved to an online-only system through My Account, creating real barriers for Canadians, seniors, those with disabilities, those that have unreliable internet and digital skills are left behind. It's unfair, and many of these individuals rely on trusted taxpayers to help them meet their obligations. Under the previous system, only a year ago, certified e-filers could securely, efficiently process authorizations on behalf of their clients. That process worked up until a year ago, but now it's become difficult to get their representatives authorized. Petitioners acknowledge that the importance of preventing fraud. However, they believe the current system unfairly penalizes the vast majority of honest taxpayers and tax professionals because of the actions of a small number of bad actors. They're calling on the government to direct CRA to restore the accessible authorization methods for approved tax preparers and to ensure that fraud prevention efforts are targeted only at those that are bad actors. Thank you.
Petitions, petition. The Honourable Member for Courtenay, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour and privilege to table this petition on behalf of people living in Port Alberni in my riding. They highlight, Mr. Speaker, and they want to draw the House of Commons to the attention that wealth inequality in Canada is rising, with more Canadians struggling to afford the basics of life while corporate profits continue to break records. That austerity measures often exacerbate inequality, and that the federal government is implementing austerity measures, including a massive cut of $25 billion, Mr. Speaker, to publicly funded jobs and programs that Canadians rely on. The federal government has and plans on further cutting taxes on the wealthy, and that climate change is worsening, causing Canadians a projected $25 billion in losses each year. And they highlight that a wealth tax could, as per the Centre for Policy Alternatives, generate more than $32 billion in its first year alone. So they're calling on the government to reverse the sweeping cuts to Canadian jobs and services and to put forward a bill to fund good-paying jobs, public services, and the transition to a sustainable economy by making corporations and the wealthiest Canadians pay their fair share. Thank you.
Petitions. The Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of over 1,000 members of the Kingston and the Islands and surrounding community, I'm pleased to present a petition on behalf of them that highlights the freedoms that exist around communication, internet access, etc. in Iran. In particular, they're calling on the federal government to assist in maintaining internet access for those that are affected, to advocate for investigations into humanitarian violations, to support international initiatives to protect detained citizens, to facilitate humanitarian pathways for family reunification. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, petition. The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to table a petition today on behalf of the residents in Perth Wellington who are advocating for Canadians living with disabilities. They are calling for an increase in lifetime contribution for the RDSP, and that further these contributions be indexed annually to the rate of inflation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Chair, Mr. Speaker, I rise to table a petition from constituents of the riding of La Salle-Imar-Verdun because the constituents tell me that their MP would not table it. So as such, the petitioners are calling and noting that Canada acceded to the Arms Trade Treaty in 2019, committing to prevent the transfer of arms where there is a substantial risk that they could be used in human rights abuses, war crimes, or crimes against humanity. They also noted that a significant loophole in Canada's export laws currently allows Canadian-made weapons, parts, and components to be exported to the United States, from where they may be transferred to third countries. And they noted that international bodies, including the UN Human Rights Council and independent UN experts, have called on all states to halt arms transfers where there's a substantial risk of their use in violations of international humanitarian law, and therefore the petitioners are calling for the House of Commons to enact legislation to close existing loopholes in Canada's arms export laws, including removing exemptions for the U.S., strengthening oversight, and ensuring that Canadian arms are never used to commit or facilitate human rights abuses.
Hear, hear. Just before I return to petitions, I just want to remind members not to provide extraneous information to the House that has nothing to do with the contents of petitions, like referencing whether another member did or did not want to table a petition. Petitions, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting an e-petition that has the signatures of just under 5,000 Canadians, raising an issue that seems pretty much a no-brainer, but here's the information. The death benefit from the Canadian pension plan has been frozen at the same level since 1998 at $2,500. Obviously, the cost of living, the cost of a funeral, the cost of dying in this country has more than doubled since then in 1998. And since many Canadians outlive their savings, the petitioners ask the House of Commons to consider that the CPP top-up death benefit is not going to, it really only applies to those who've never received CPP. The number of people who are suffering and living below the poverty line calls on us to consider this, that the House of Commons increase and the government increase the CPP death benefit. The petitioners have calculated inflation-adjusted 2025 value of where it was back in 1998, and so they're calling on the government to increase the CPP death benefit to $6,400 and provide tax deductions and credits for families for funeral and final expenses to help all Canadian families afford a dignified funeral and burial for their loved ones. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions. Petition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 1017 to question 1036 be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled in an electronic format immediately.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time too, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed. So ordered. Orders of the day. I see. Oh, sorry. Motions for the production of papers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Est-ce qu'on est d'accord? Est-ce que la Chambre est d'accord?
Agreed. Agreed.
So ordered. I see the member I see the official opposition House Leader rising on a point of order.
Yes, it's actually on the question of privilege that the Bloc Québécois raised just the other day. I just would like to add a few comments for the Speaker's consideration. I think the specific situation described by the Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères, speaks to our worrying broader trend with this Liberal government and its cozy relationships with corporate insiders. At the root of it is a Prime Minister who remains invested in Brookfield through what's called carried interest. Despite that company's extensive presence in many fields where the Prime Minister and his ministers have control of powerful policy levers which can greatly influence Brookfield's asset prices and revenue streams. The House's Ethics Committee heard last autumn about Brookfield executives being able to call up the Prime Minister and secure private meetings with him. That's something your average Canadian certainly cannot do. The government's first major bill in the present Parliament, Bill C5, was about empowering Liberal ministers to waive red tape for select insiders rather than just getting out of the way of economic development for the benefit of all Canadians. The Major Projects Office, established to provide concierge service for the Liberals' approved insiders, is being staffed up with friends of the Prime Minister from Bay Street, whose salaries are being topped up by banking and corporate interests, who very well may stand to benefit from the decisions their loaned out employees are making. The Prime Minister's approach to bureaucracies he does not like has not been to fix them to work better, but to add another layer of bureaucracy and bring in corporate friends to run them. The list of examples goes on, including now the Bloc's observations about Air Canada getting an inside track on changes to the handling of air passenger complaints. Of course, the Liberals' proposed fix for air passenger complaints is to replace Canadian public servants with European-modelled consultants, adding to the Liberals' unrelenting multi-billion addiction to outsourcing as it hands out contracts, hand over fist, to well-placed, friendly consulting firms. There's an age-old saying in this town, Mr. Speaker, whenever the Liberals are in office, it's all about who you know and the PMO. And that's probably more true now than it has ever been. These are issues which, quite honestly, vigilant committees need to stay on top of, though I know the Liberals' engineered majority on committees will make sure these won't see the light of day. That is why a question of privilege and the proposed referral to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs would be quite timely. So to sum up, Mr. Speaker, I would urge you to find a prima facie case of privilege in this case so that we can get the wheels in motion on a study about yet another apparent cozy corporate crony relationship to this Liberal government and its parliamentary proposals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the official opposition House Leader, and it's so noted. Order. Before we proceed to business of today, orders of today, it is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan Employment, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni Fisheries and Oceans, the Honourable Member for Riding Mountain Health. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour. Ordre amenant du gouvernement, projet de loi
Government orders, government bills.
Beginning commencement at second reading of Bill C-31, Budget 2025, Implementation Act Number 2.
Ms. McKnight for Mr. Champagne, seconded by Ms. Valdez, moves that Bill C-31, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on November 4th, 2025, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Débat. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. A few months after I turned 25, I embarked on my first overseas trip, one that, without knowing it, would set the course of my entire life. I was heading to Berlin for what was then a little-known gathering, the very first Conference of Parties on Climate Change, COP1. History was being made, and I was lucky enough to be in the room. Comme beaucoup de mes pairs à cette époque, je partais.
Like many of my peers at that time, I was setting off for the old world with just a backpack, but I wasn't there to travel around Europe. I was there to share a gym with 600 young people from around the world in what had only recently been East Berlin, and we had a shared goal to convince governments to take ambitious action against climate change.
Not only how crucial the climate, and I would later discover the nature crisis are, but also how important international collaboration is to find solution to these complex issues.
During the two following decades, I channeled that conviction into environmental work at nonprofits, defending, mobilizing, and creating bridges between science, civil society, and public policy. And that was the experience that ultimately led me to political life.
In 2019, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau asked me to join the Liberal team to help accelerate action on climate change. When I became Environment Minister, my mandate included developing Canada's first comprehensive climate plan to meet our international obligations. We also developed the country's first comprehensive adaptation plan to prepare and protect Canadians from the dangers of a changing climate, changes that we can no longer avoid. And those plans were working. Ces plans, à travers des politiques.
These plans, along with policies, regulations, and legislation, were designed to ensure that Canada would do its fair share to reduce pollution and protect Canadians from the problems that we're currently seeing in communities from coast to coast to coast.
Before taking the final decision to run, there was one thing I asked: the ability to distance myself from the decision by the government to purchase the Trans Mountain Pipeline. As an environmentalist with deep understanding of the scientific consensus on the urgency and need to rapidly reduce heat-trapping gases, I had opposed a number of oil and gas projects, and I had criticized the Trudeau government for moving ahead with the purchase of TMX. Beaucoup de mes adversaires politiques.
Many of my political opponents used these positions to try to paint me as being anti-development. That always made me smile, because throughout my career, I have supported a number of development projects throughout the country, wind and solar energy projects. transit and active mobility projects, electrifying our transit system, including increasing the sales of electric vehicles, and recently the high-speed rail project.
I was on stage in Edmonton in 2015 when then NDP Premier Rachel Notley announced her climate leadership plan. Again, I was roundly criticized by some environmentalists for doing so, but I have always believed in collaborating with provinces within the framework of the scientific reality of climate change. Depuis lors, bien des choses ont changé.
Since then, a lot has changed. 10 years ago, for every dollar invested in producing fossil fuel, there was also a dollar invested in clean and renewable technology. But today, that ratio is 2 to 1 in favor of renewable energy. And last year, electric vehicles represented 23% of global sales.
There are many reasons that lead people to enter politics. In my case, it was a desire to pursue my quest for a better environment, for the fight against climate change, for nature protection. These 7 years, intense, demanding, and deeply meaningful, have been among the most formative of my life. I leave proud of what we have accomplished together. Ainsi,
after 7 years of serving as member for the beautiful riding of Laurier-Sainte-Marie, it is time now for me to find new ways to pursue my life's work. I will be leaving my seat in this House later this summer.
I'm profoundly grateful to my children, my family, friends, staff, and constituents, as well as volunteers, many of whom have come to Ottawa today to be with us, and who've made this work possible. You gave me far more than I can ever give back. Mr. Speaker, I won't mention the fact that some of them may be here in the House, because you would tell me I'm not allowed to do that. Le voyage commence.
The journey that started in Berlin more than 30 years ago is not over. It will simply continue in a new direction with the same sense of urgency and with renewed hopes. The struggle for our planet is defining for our generation, and I will continue to fight. It was the honor of a lifetime to serve my community and my country. Thank you.
Robert, c'est 10 minutes. Questions and comments for a total, yes, of 10 minutes. Calgary Heritage.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I'm a rookie in this chamber. I'm a new member of Parliament, barely having served not even 3 years. But I can acknowledge that public service comes at a price, at a cost to your friends, your family, your loved ones. And the honourable member from Laurier-Sainte-Marie certainly has committed himself to this service. We could say that he has very deep convictions. Perhaps we won't agree on anything. We probably won't agree on anything. But his deep convictions might have been taken a bit too literally by him over the years. In fact, as you may know, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member had been arrested in my riding in Lakeview, scaling former Premier Ralph Klein's home, and had been taken into custody. In a sense, he may have served more time in Calgary than I did. But let me just say, it's a complex issue, Mr. Speaker, because we know that his policies caused hardships for over a decade. His policies caused so much hardship for so many families across this country that the price that has been paid by millions of Canadians for his determination has been a very heartbreaking one for all Canadians to bear witness to. But rest assured, that his legacy lives on with this Liberal Prime Minister. This Prime Minister has kept the tanker ban in place. This Prime Minister has kept the No More Pipelines ban. This Prime Minister has kept the Net Zero Doctrine. He has kept the EV mandate. This Prime Minister has made sure that his legacy of plastic lids on your coffee, that in Calgary you can't use compostable bags, has been maintained. He has kept the industrial carbon tax. So one must ask, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, that this member must draw some satisfaction that the Liberal Prime Minister carries on his legacy. Thank you very much.
L'honorable député de Laurier-Saint-Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I heard somewhere a compliment in there. I think if you and all of us here look really hard, I think we'll find it, and I will take it. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Repentigny.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to thank the member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie, former Minister of the Environment and Heritage, for his service. I will exceptionally use his name, Stephen, on this final occasion. We've known each other for 25 years. I knew him back when he was at Greenpeace, back when he had long hair and a longer beard, and fewer white hairs. He liked climbing buildings and placing solar panels on premiers' residences. In fact, some people even called him the Montreal Jesus. We were both part of the Quebec and Canadian and international environmental movements. Over a long period, we participated in many major climate conferences, the COP conferences, that he also participated in as Minister of the Environment. And one of his major achievements was the Montreal Biodiversity Agreement. That wouldn't have been possible without him. And another thing that he did was the plan to fight climate change. It wasn't perfect, it wasn't ambitious enough, but it was by far the most ambitious one that we've seen in the history of this country. We've certainly had our disagreements about how best to serve the environmental cause. We haven't always agreed on strategy. Sometimes I've criticized his ideas, but I've never doubted his commitment to the fight against climate change.
Au nom du Bloc québécois et en...
On behalf of myself and the Bloc québécois, I'd like to wish him all the best. I know that he will continue to fight for the environment and climate in other contexts, in other positions, and I will be very pleased to work with him once more one day. It's unfortunate to see him leaving today, but it's the consequence of unfortunate differences of opinion in Canada. He was by far the most ambitious Minister of the Environment in the history of this country. He was by far the best Minister of the Environment that this country has ever known.
Mais pour le Canada, c'était énorme, c'était beaucoup, beaucoup trop.
Now, for Canada, that was just too much. And yet, despite all of the disagreements, he did everything that he could. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, Stephen. Now I think he'll have a little more free time this summer, and I've heard that if he wants to have a bit of fun, well, he can always climb the CN Tower. He can always visit it if he wants to send a clear message to the government about climate change. My question for him today, and we're all wondering this, is he going to take this opportunity to give us a scoop on what his next challenge will be? The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you. I'd like to sincerely thank my colleague and friend, the MP for Repentigny. I'd like to thank him for his kind words on his own behalf and on behalf of the Bloc québécois. Politics can be difficult, but it's also a field where you can accomplish a great deal. In 2022, the UN approached us to organize the Biodiversity Conference in Montreal. And very often that takes 1 or 2 years to organize, but we only had 6 months. We had to work closely with China that was chairing that conference, even though the diplomatic relationship at that time was limited. Mr. Trudeau, the Prime Minister at the time, supported by the former Minister of Foreign Affairs, today the Minister of International Development, both supported me in participating in that with all Canadians, with Canadians, rather nonprofits, civil society organizations, and many other stakeholders. And we convinced 196 countries to protect 30% of the planet. Today it's called the Paris of Biodiversity. So it is possible to do great things when you go into politics. I would invite all of those who are watching today and wondering whether they should run, I would encourage everyone to go for it.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for the time that he's spent in this House. I certainly won't forget when he was first elected in 2019. I had been here for 4 years, and I had been sitting in the House here, and he was about to give his first speech, and he turned around to me and he said, "Do I start talking now?" And he was just getting his feet established here, but it didn't take him long to become a force to be reckoned with in this House. And I want to thank him for the time that he's spent with us and for always pushing the government, for always pushing us individually to do more, to be more thoughtful when it comes to climate change and what we can do, and always pushing us to do better no matter what the circumstances. My question for him, Mr. Speaker, would be this. He opened his speech by talking about a young 20-year-old that traveled for the first time to engage in activities around climate change. What would he today say to that young 20-year-old in terms of giving him advice?
L'honorable député de Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Government Whip for everything he has done. For me personally, and certainly professionally in this House, he has been an incredible ally, as has many people on this side of the House, but also on both sides of the House, Mr. Speaker. And to answer his question, just like I said in French a few moments ago, I would tell this young 25-year-old, wide-eyed Canadian going abroad for the first time, believe in your dreams. If I told him then that one day he would serve as a member of Parliament, that he would even be the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, I'm not sure that the 25-year-old would have believed that. Believe in your dreams. Sometimes they become true.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. There are two more members I want to get into this debate, so I'm just going to ask for brevity, except for the member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. He can take the time that he needs. The Honourable Member for Courtenay-Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, first, this resignation should be of serious concern to all Canadians. It's a huge wake-up call, hopefully for everybody. It takes incredible courage, what our colleague is doing today, to stand up for climate science, for environmental protection in future generations, when powerful interests inside government are pushing in the opposite direction. As New Democrats, we've had the opportunity to work across the aisle with our colleague when he was former minister on a number of important issues, including climate accountability, biodiversity protection, and building a fair transition for workers and communities. And we may not have always agreed, Mr. Speaker, but he understood that the climate crisis demands action, not delay. And the people of Laurier-Sainte-Marie were represented by someone who consistently fought to put the climate crisis and environmental protection on the national agenda. Now this government is weakening emission caps, backing away from environmental protection, and putting fossil fuel expansion ahead of climate leadership while Canadians face devastating fires, floods, and extreme weather. Mr. Speaker, we as New Democrats, we want to thank him for his courage, for his public service, and we want to wish him well and encourage him to keep fighting for climate justice and for the future of our planet. And we will look forward to continuing to work with him to tackle the climate crisis, Mr. Speaker. And again, we want to thank him.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to thank my honourable colleague from the NDP from Port Courtenay, Albany, for his comments. He has been an incredible ally and a friend in this House for me. He's right, we have worked closely together on a number of issues. I've always appreciated his dedication to environmental issues and to working together to find solutions, something that is not always necessarily easy in this place, Mr. Speaker, and for that I want to thank him and I want to assure him the fight is not over. I will continue my battle for a greener, safer planet outside of this great house, but I will continue.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague and dear friend, the member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. It has been an honor to work with him for a long time. In fact, we've been friends for a long time. It's been an honor to both be MPs in this House. It's been a huge honor for me. I will miss him here in Parliament. But I know that we will continue to work together.
Mr. Speaker, but I do know that courage should be respected regardless of views. What we are dealing with is a crisis, but it's heartbreaking in this moment. Et je veux dire seulement que.
And I would just like to thank the people of Laurier-Sainte-Marie for showing a great deal of judgment in choosing this member.
To give the member one more chance to say of all the extraordinary things accomplished in his service in this place. Of what achievement is he most proud? What would he most want us to remember in the extraordinary list of achievements here? Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend, my very old friend, the member for Saanich Gulf Islands, the leader of the Green Party, for her words. We've known each other for a very long time. We worked together before getting into political life. We share many things, including our birthday, which is coming up soon, Mr. Speaker. I'll mention that for anyone who's interested to know. And I want to reassure her that I will continue to be there for her and for everyone who are interested in working on fighting climate change and protecting biodiversity. I'll never be far away. If you need me, I'll always be there with pleasure. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. I have a point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have a couple of points I need to make in terms of responses. Mr. Speaker, I am rising to respond to the point of order raised by the member from Mirabel on May the 25th, 2026, on the application of Standing Order 69.1 to Bill C-31, the Second Budget 2025 Implementation Act. The member is of the view that the Division 17 of Bill C-31, which amends Canada Transportation Act, should be separated out for a distinct vote and at the second and third reading stages. Standing Order 69.1 states, and I would quote, in the case where a government bill seeks to repeal, amend, or enact more than one act, and where there is not a common element connecting the various provisions of where unrelated matters are linked, the Speaker shall have the power to divide the questions for the purposes of voting on the motion for the second reading and reference to a committee and the motion for third reading and passage of the bill. The Speaker shall have the power to combine clauses of the bill thematically and to put the aforementioned questions on each of these groups of clauses separately, provided that there will be a single debate at each stage, end of quote. The matter in question specifically concerns regarding paragraph 2 of Standing Order 69.1, which makes an exception for budget implementation bills, and I would quote, the present standing order shall not apply if the bill has as its main purpose the implementation of a budget and contains only provisions that were announced in the budget presentation or in the documents tabled during the budget presentation. End of quote. The government's objective in Division 17 of Bill C-31 is to clear the backlog of air travel complaints by engaging a neutral third-party dispute resolution organization and to enhance transparency of the complaints process and enforcement of passenger rights regulations. I am certain that all members will agree that ensuring a timely resolution of air passenger complaints will better support our tourism industry and address travel costs. The member for Mirabel has argued that Division 17 should be separated out for the purpose of voting, as the provisions are within the distinct area of public policy, introduce substantive and independent changes, and are not essential to the implementation of the budget, end of quote. The member's first two arguments run counter to the objectives of the Standing Order 69.1, paragraph 2, which protects the various targeted or broad measures included in the budget documents from being separated from the budget implementation bill. The question at hand is the linkage between Division 17 and the budget and the 2025 budget. In his ruling of November 6, 2018, Speaker Reagan noted the complexity in addressing what is not always explicit. He stated, and I would quote, "Establishing such a link is not always obvious. Sometimes commitments are very specific and targeted, while other times the language may be vaguer." V-A-G-U-E-R, if I'm pronouncing that wrong, Mr. Speaker. A generally stated policy intention may translate into a series of detailed and technical legislative amendments. Accordingly, a provision announced in a few sentences may require pages of legislative changes to implement, end of quote. Page 100 of the 2025 budget document announced that the government was taking action to catalyze the investment in our airports and ports so that we could encourage more tourism in Canada and bring down travel costs for Canadians. Further, page 218 of the budget document notes a review of the administration monetary penalties and fines for violations of certain legislation or regulations. This included those that address air passenger rights. In line with this commitment, the amendment to the Canada Transportation Act increases the maximum administrative penalty payable to corporations for certain violations of Canada Transportation Act or its regulations. The precise detail of the proposal were subsequently announced in the 2026 Spring Economic Update document. In conclusion, I submit that the broad policy objectives were announced in the 2025 budget as provided for under Standing Order 69.1. Lastly, in response to the members for Mirabel's intervention, I would like to clarify the Standing Order 69.1 does not contemplate the division of a bill for the purpose of a committee referral. This would be a separate and distinct question for the House to consider. I would thank honourable members for their attention in regards to this particular matter. Mr. Speaker, I do have one other privilege I'd like to be able to address, or I should say point of order. It's actually a privilege. I'm rising to respond to a question of privilege also raised by the member from Pierre Bouchard-les-Pétrés respecting Bill C-31, Budget 2025 Implementation Act Number 2. The member alleges that the information that was made public prior to the introduction of Bill C-31 was a breach of the privileges of members of the House. The member cites a number of precedents in raising the matter. I would like to draw the attention of members' clear rulings from the speakers that categorically state that public consultation by the government with stakeholders on matters of public policy is a normal and expected part of policy development process. The question of whether the privileges of a members have been violated in the case of a premature divulgation of the contents of the bill turns on when the information is publicly disclosed. Precedents are clear. Between the period of the publication of the long title of the bill on the notice paper and the introduction of the bill in the House is the time frame that the government and indeed all members must ensure that the contents of the bill must not publicly be divulged. On October the 8th, 2017, the Speaker ruled on the question of privilege respecting the premature divulgation of a bill. In this ruling, the Speaker stated, and I would quote, "The right of the House to first access to legislation is one of our oldest conventions. It does and must, however, exist with the needs of the governments to consult widely with the public and stakeholders alike on issues and policies in the preparation of the legislation." Speaker Parent explained on February 21, 2000, on page 3767 of debates, although the members of the House should always be the first ones to examine legislation after it has been introduced and read a first time, this rule must be balanced against the need for the government to consult both with experts and the public when developing its legislative proposals. When ruling on a similar matter on November the 1st, 2006 by Speaker Milliken concluded that the government had not divulged confidential information on the bill, nor the bill itself, but rather had engaged in consultations prior to finalizing the legislation in question. At the same time, he explained at page 4540 of the House of Commons debates that the key procedural point is that once a bill had been placed on notice, it must remain confidential until introduced in the House. End of quote. Let us review the facts of the matter before the House. The member states that on April the 8th, 2026, Air Canada made a public announcement respecting a new arbitration mechanism intended to expedite the processing user complaints, and on April the 28th, the Minister of Finance delivered the 2026 Spring Economic Statement in the House, which included this particular proposal. On May 1st, the Minister of Transport announced a plan to clear the backlog of air travel complaints. On May 4th, the Notice of Ways and Means a motion respecting measures to be included in the Budget 2025 Implementation Act No. 2 was tabled in the House, which included a measure respecting a new arbitration mechanism intended to expedite the processing of user complaints. On May 6th, the House voted on the Ways and Means motion, and the government then introduced Bill C-31, Budget Implementation, or Budget 2025, I should say, Implementation Act No. 2. This is consistent with the practice of the government undertaking consultations on matters of policy to finalize a policy proposal in advance of any implementing legislation being put before the House. In fact, on May the 4th, as stated earlier, the government tabled the Notice of Ways and Means in the House with all measures that were contained in Bill C-31. The member has not stated that the government made public statements about measures that were on notice and were not before the House. Therefore, according to well-established practice and precedent, the government fully respected the importance of ensuring that the House had first access to the legislative measures contained in the Ways and Means for the second 2025 Budget Implementation Bill, while the implementing bill was on the notice paper. As a result, I submit to the House that the member has not demonstrated a case to substantiate that the House was not the first to see the content of the bill during the notice period, since all of these legislative measures were tabled in the form of a Ways and Means motion before the bill was placed on the notice paper on May the 4th, 2026. Finally, the member references public statements about the measure in question clearly precede the notice of the bill by nearly a month. The second reference the member makes is that the statement he referred to on April 28, 2026 was the Spring Economic Update made by the Minister of Finance in this House, which also precedes the notice period for the bill to implement this measure. It is clear beyond any reasonable doubt that the government respected the practices and precedents by ensuring that the House was the first to have access to this and other measures contained by Bill C-31. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank members of the House being so patient and listening. Thank you.
I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for adding that additional information to the two different matters, and it's been noted by the table officers. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Calgary East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I get started, I just wanted to ask for unanimous consent to split my time.
Is it agreed to split the member's time? Yes, it's agreed that time is split. The honourable member.
Thank you, Speaker. And I'll be splitting my time with the fine member from Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman. Mr. Speaker, the costliest budget in Canadian history outside of COVID is back to haunt us once again. This is the biggest deficit outside of COVID that this government dropped on top of Canadians, and it's back. It's back to traumatize them once again. Canadians who are visiting food banks at record numbers when insolvencies are up, and Canadians just can't afford the cost of living, the crisis that this Liberal government created. Now they're being reminded once again about how irresponsible this Liberal government is with Canada's finances and the tough position that this Liberal government put Canadians in. In fact, this Liberal government, this out-of-touch Prime Minister, says that affordability is the best it's ever been in a decade. By every measure in every Canadian's life today, that is simply untrue. You just have to go to the grocery store, which this Prime Minister admits he doesn't do his own groceries, so it doesn't really matter to him. You can go to a grocery store, fill up your tank of gas, or just everyday life, everything has gotten expensive. And then when we dig deep into why that's happened, ever since this Liberal government formed government, everything got worse. The economy got worse, the crime got worse in this country, and this didn't happen by accident or by some global forces like the Liberal government always likes to blame. This happened because of changes that the Liberal government themselves made. Before this Liberal government, when we had a sound, responsible, strong Conservative government, the middle class was one of the strongest in the entire world. In fact, there used to be articles written back then that the American dream had moved to Canada. But it didn't take long for this Liberal government to come in and destroy all that great work. And then the Canadian dream went away. Because when I was growing up, it was not uncommon to have one household income be able to run the house. You could afford a house back then too. But because of these failed Liberal policies, these out-of-control deficits, changing of the laws to make it easier for repeat offenders to get out, and all the bad economic policy that they imposed on Canada that drove out $1 trillion of Canadian investment to the US, what did that end up doing? It made Canada more unsafe and more unaffordable than ever before. And it was this Liberal Prime Minister that was advising the then Justin Trudeau, then Prime Minister, that these interest rates will be low for a long time, so go out and buy as much as you want, spend as much as you want. But after giving that advice, he gave other piece of advice that completely made Canadians' lives miserable. And that was to make sure that the Liberals spent and racked up the deficits on Canadians. In fact, there was the most growth in the deficit, the most spending that ever happened in Canadian history at that time. And so Canadians' bank accounts were wiped out, their cabinets were wiped out of food, and that's why now we see 2.2 million Canadians going into a food bank. The cost of housing has went up. The cost of food has gone up. The cost of gas has gone up, all because of Liberal taxes and Liberal policies. So Canadians are working harder than ever now. In fact, if you look at who's using those food banks, it's becoming more and more concerning. It's now people, these households that have 2 income earners are going into food bank lines because their incomes are still the same, but everything else has gone up. Housing has gone up because of the inflation that this government created. Rents skyrocketed under them. If you look at food, there's food taxes, including the industrial carbon tax, the clean fuel standard. All these other things, and by driving out investment, it also drove out competition, which would have helped bring down the cost of food. And fuel. Whereas this Liberal government, out-of-touch Liberal government, only took off 10 cents per litre for a third of the tax for a third of the year. Conservatives were calling for all fuel taxes to be removed for all of the year. That would have helped save families 25 cents per litre or $2,500 or $1,200, I should say, for the whole year. That would have been real savings. And Conservatives will completely remove this carbon tax in the form of a clean fuel standard that the Liberals implemented. And when we look at the economy, $1 trillion has left. Why did it leave? Let's look at some of the projects that could have been built but weren't under this government because of their radical eco ideology. Nothing is getting built. In fact, they put up even more barriers so that nothing would get built in the last 11 years. Bill C-69, the No New Pipeline Bill, ensures nothing can get built in this country, whether it's a pipeline, a mine, a dam. In fact, when I talk to a mining company in BC, they say it takes about 18 years to get just a permit approved, and that's a maybe. Who is going to come into Canada or what Canadians want to invest in a project like a mine that may get built in 18 years? Then they put up Bill C-48, the tanker ban, which doesn't let our product leave the West Coast and go to the Asian markets. They introduced the industrial carbon tax that also makes Canada more uncompetitive, but also makes the cost of the goods that Canadians buy more expensive, food and fuel, and any other goods that are being bought. Because as the Prime Minister says, no one uses steel. He's obviously out of touch. Canadians are using steel. Steel is in almost everything. Whether you're building a home, there's steel in that home that gets built. Cars, and a lot of other goods. Steel is very much being used, and yet they put an industrial carbon tax on it. And that's the hidden tax that at the end of the day, who's buying the good has to pay for it, and that's Canadians. So Canadians are stuck with the bill at the end of the day. Bad, reckless Liberal policy, Canadians are stuck with the bill. Right. And that's why we see record food bank usage. And now Canadians are also, when you look at households, 1 in 4 now are food insecure. These aren't stats that we used to hear about before until this Liberal government took over. Right now, Canadian households are the most indebted in the G7 because of the cost of everything has gone up. And as I said, incomes have not moved at all. In fact, Canadian households' debt has reached $2.6 trillion in just Q4. And for every dollar of disposable income that Canadians earn, Canadians owe approximately $1.77 on top of that. Now we're seeing delinquencies go up as well. 1.4 million Canadians have missed a payment on a credit card or mortgage in the first 3 months of the year. Because Canadians are now putting essentials more and more on their credit cards. And they're putting everything else either back on the shelves because they can't afford it for that week, or they're making really, really tough decisions that they shouldn't have to make. But we need to turn that around. Under a Conservative government, we would get rid of these anti-development laws like Bill C-69, Bill C-48, and the industrial carbon tax, so we can get many different projects up and going, whether it's LNG, oil and gas, pipelines, mines, dams, whatever it is. Not only will Canada be more self-reliant, but we can create good jobs, a good economy, and that doesn't just serve Alberta. That is going to also help the unity crisis that this out-of-touch Liberal government has created. In fact, it'll help out Canada, and it can help out the world because we can have our low-carbon energy in places that need it the most around the world. So, and we will cap the government spending and wasteful spending that this Liberal government has done, and we will bring back that Canada that we all knew, that your hard work would earn you a good paycheck with low taxes on it, and with that same paycheck, you should be able to afford groceries and a house in a safe neighborhood. That is what a Conservative government will do when we come back in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Hamilton West and Castor Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the member opposite and several members opposite stand up, it's often the same string of hyperbole and cynicism that we hear over and over and over again. And I often think about how sad it would be to live in a world that is that cynical all the time about everything. I grew up in the Steel City, in Canada's Steel City in Hamilton. My family worked in the steel industry. Steel is in our blood. I want to give the member opposite the opportunity to acknowledge the harm that Donald Trump is illegal and unjustified tariff war against Canada has caused to Canada's economy. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Calgary East.
First of all, that member can tell his Prime Minister that steel is still used around the world because his Prime Minister doesn't believe anyone even uses steel.
Right.
And second of all, he can tell his Prime Minister to remove the industrial carbon tax that gets put on top of that steel. And this member in particular is completely out of touch. His government is completely out of touch. It's his government that has caused the pain on Canadians.
That's right.
Donald Trump didn't impose a carbon tax on Canadians. Donald Trump isn't the one that's made permitting the second worst in the entire OECD. Donald Trump isn't the one that's sending more and more Canadians into the food bank. It's this out-of-touch Liberal government, and he should apologize for that.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'Honorable.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois, Salaberry, Soulanges, Huntington. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech.
Une question assez importante à lui poser sur le...
I have an important question for him. In this bill, the government amends the Excise Tax Act, and we've noticed that no amendment to the Act actually solves the inequity, the injustice between producers of certain drinks, hydromel, blueberry drinks. We had asked for an exemption for these small local producers so that they could actually live from their productions, and they exempted apple cider producers, but not the other alcohol producers producing alcohol with maple or other goods. Do you think it's an error, given that they're not exempting other fruit-based alcohol producers? They're actually limiting economic development in our regions.
Thank the honourable member for her question. The translation was a little bit behind, so I hope I heard the question right. And if it's about the excise tax, Conservatives from day one, every single year, whether it's putting a motion inside the Finance Committee or I've written letters myself to the Finance Minister that the tax that gets put on top of these beverages, that we should make it a zero tax and freeze it. At a time when restaurants are closing more than ever before because of high Liberal taxes and high bureaucracy that this Liberal government has created and the regulatory burden that they've created, we need to do as much as we can, not just for the people that are producing the beverages, but also for the restaurants and the knockoff effects of after that. But this Liberal government is obsessed with taxing businesses to death. They need to reverse course so we can have restaurants opening more than they're closing in this country again.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his contribution today. We know the reason why groceries are so high. It's because there's a couple of grocery chains, including ones owned by Gale and West End, who are hogging all the space in the market and price gouging at the checkout. Like, people are literally crying when they're buying groceries. His government, or his party, has come out. It has said nothing about the reality of this situation. The NDP has an actual solution, and that's to offer a public option for food. We know that's the real solution. Does my honourable colleague agree, or is he going to keep supporting corporations that are starving people?
The honourable member for Calgary East in 30 seconds or less.
Thank you, Speaker. Look, I'll have to disagree with that honourable member because we do have solutions. Conservatives have identified the problem. When the Liberals drove out $1 trillion of investment, they also got rid of the competition. Competition in a free market helps to drive down costs. And we would eliminate in its entirety the industrial carbon tax, the clean fuel standard, and any other one of those taxes that the Liberals implemented that make the cost of food go up.
Resuming debate, reprise débat. The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank my colleague from Calgary East for his intervention today and laying out exactly how bad the Liberals have been, especially when it comes down to things like balancing the budget. And you know, Mr. Speaker, you know, this Bill C-31 is over 330 pages. And you look at this thing, and they're doing everything in here that so much of it has nothing to do at all with the budget. And I want to speak specifically about Division 16, which is on the establishment of the Defense Investment Agency Act and amending the Defense Production Act and renaming it the Defense and National Security Production and Procurement Act. You know, we're talking about substantive changes to the way the Liberals want to do procurement. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that when you start dealing with those major changes like this and giving a new minister new powers with up to $1 billion of spending without any oversight or accountability tied to it, I think that these types of changes need to be legislated on their own bills and debated separately. Because this is part of the Budget Implementation Act, we aren't even able to study this at the Defense Committee. It's going to be done through the Finance Committee, who has to look at everything else in the budget, not just the changes that are happening under the defense investment and procurement processes that are currently underway with the government. Now, I got to tell you, Madam Speaker, that you know we've been quite critical of how the government has gone and the Liberals set up the Defense Investment Agency. What we're seeing is more layers of bureaucracy, another level of red tape. And it's just another illusion that the Liberals are trying to pull on Canadians and the Canadian Armed Forces, saying we're doing something when in actuality they're doing nothing. You know, they went and hired a CEO, and you know, Doug Guzman is a lovely gentleman. I've had a chance to meet him. But you know what? He comes to the table that he doesn't have any defense experience. He has no procurement background at all. His claim to fame is that he's an investment banker, very successful at that, and he used to be a colleague at Goldman Sachs with the Prime Minister back in the day. We have a junior Secretary of State that is overseeing the Defense Investment Agency, but again, it doesn't provide that one point of accountability and ensuring that you know, our parliamentary processes are properly respected. You got a junior minister that's still reporting to another minister who then has to, you know, report back up to the Prime Minister, and a junior minister, being the Secretary of State for Defense Procurement, doesn't sit at the cabinet table. And, you know, we also have been critical that the Defense Investment Agency is about how the government can coerce more jobs out of other companies that are going to want to do defense contracts, but will those jobs ever actually materialize? And how much is it going to cost the taxpayer? And how much more does it make the defense equipment that we're buying for the Canadian Armed Forces going to cost, because you've tied in all these extra things that you want to do with the dollars that you're spending? And I can tell you that the top priority has to make sure that we're getting the right equipment for the Canadian Armed Forces. As Conservatives, we've always supported the proud women and men who serve in uniform. We expect them to do dangerous things in the protection of Canada, to work with our allies. And we have to make sure that every decision we make is a prioritization of the equipment and kit that's required by the Canadian Armed Forces to do that job. So we got to be capable, we have to be ready, we have to make sure that the stuff we're buying is meeting those operational requirements, and that we are interoperable with our allies and neighbors. So let's make sure that, you know, we're not just creating more red tape, more bureaucracy, more cost in the name of a defense investment agency. You know, we've been down this path before. The Liberals' track record on this for the past 10 years has been pitiful. as it was under the decade of darkness, back in the day under Jean Chrétien and Paul Martin. What we get is all rhetoric and no action, Madam Speaker. And we need to make sure that we are taking action. It's been 4 years plus since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. The Minister of the day talked about putting Canada on a war footing with the defense industry. That never, ever materialized. And here we are, 4 years after the fact, and the only increases in the production of munitions and artillery shells and rockets in this country have all been done through contracts with the U.S. Armed Services, whether it's U.S. Army, U.S. Air Force, U.S. Special Services, or the Navy. And we're not seeing those same benefits occur to the Canadian Armed Forces because the government has not signed any contracts. You can have all the agencies, bureaucracies, and red tapes and fancy announcements, but it means nothing unless you actually put in ink to the dotted line, signing contracts with our defense industry that then will create the jobs because you're actually buying stuff that the Canadian Armed Forces need to replace the hollowed-out Air Force, hollowed-out Army, and the rusted-out Navy that we currently have. And just to make that point, the department results for 2024-2025 shows in the Department of National Defense that only 59.6% of the maritime fleet is actually serviceable and ready to go out on operations. And the only reason they're at 60% is because they had to retire the entire fleet of our Kingston-class coastal maritime vessels. 51% of land fleets are not are only sitting at the ready, that they're well maintained, that the troops can jump on them and use them. And it's underfunding of the National Procurement and Agent Fleet and high operational tempo. They've been wore out. They haven't been properly maintained because of budget cuts that happened under the Liberals. Over $2.7 billion a year was cut from 2021 to 2025. And we know, Madam Speaker, that the aerospace fleet is even worse, with only 42% of our aircraft in the Canadian Armed Forces that are ready to serve, that they have the proper maintenance, but they are so aged out and so worn out. And all I can do is look at our CF-18s and the debacle in the replacement because of the political games that the Prime Minister plays with the F-35. We have to get the F-35 to do the job. Now, in Division 16, what we're seeing in Bill C-31 is Division 16, with the establishment of the Defense Investment Agency Act, locks in all of the inefficiencies that are already under Defense Investment Agency. The Act does not name who the designated minister is. There is no title or styling for that minister. It's just a designated minister. So it could still be the Minister of Public Works and Procurement Canada will be the actual minister. It could be the Minister of National Defense, which I think wouldn't be a bad idea. Or, it may be a creation of another junior minister that doesn't have the power and the strength to go to the cabinet table and make the investments that are required and drive home what is asked for by our forces. It establishes more boards, more advisory committees, more people that are going to be hired, and we're talking about more patronage, more liberal insiders. We're going to see through this, as you read through the bill, like in Clause 310, more opportunities for sole sourcing, not running competitive competition, even though it says here that there is going to be a competitive procurement process in Section 322. If you look at the exceptions in it, Madam Speaker, thank you, you would see that almost everything is can be accepted from it, and the minister has the power to exclude companies and individuals from actually participating in procurement and never ever saying why they need to be why they were excluded. There's no transparency. And at the end of the day, what would the procurement ombudsman say about this lack of competition, the lack of sole sourcing, or the ability to sole source without proper explanation? If the national security exemptions required, let's make sure we use it. This creates more contracting, more consultants, more liberal insiders getting rich, and that's the type of corruption that we have to prevent. And that's why we're asking why there is some rather strange definitions in here, like things, there's no guardrails, other than defense services, like they're actually in Clause 318, Section 16.3d, acquiring defense services or professional or commercial services other than defense services. Why are we even putting that under the Defense Investment Act? And I tell you what, and when you start looking at there's no reporting, no performance, and no transparency, it really does raise a lot of red flags. And Madam Speaker, Clauses 31 1 and subparagraph 2, which provides for the ability of the minister to go out there and procure shares of corporations and replace all members, directors, and officers, then place people in there that they want, that the minister wants to have run those organizations, those companies. Sure sounds a lot like nationalization. And we've been down this path before with the Liberal government, Madam Speaker, and it's called the Emergencies Act. And this reeks of having that overreach and that unaccountable style that we saw in the Emergency Act. So, Madam Speaker, at the end here, I'd just like to move an amendment. I move, seconded by the member for Calgary East, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House declined to give second reading to Bill C-31, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on November 4th, 2025, since the bill fails to address meaningfully the cost of living crisis, which Canadians are facing through measures such as complete fuel tax relief, removing taxes and red tape, which drive up housing costs, cutting the industrial carbon tax imposed on farmers and everyone else in the country's food chain, and eliminating wasteful government spending, all of which have driven up inflation, including food price inflation.
To advise the honourable member that we will come back to say if it's an amendment that is in order, and we will continue debate. Now, questions and comments, the honourable parliamentary secretary to the government house leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm sure that Canadians would find it interesting to see the Conservatives actually stand up and make the type of statements that were just made in regards to military expenditures. The member opposite was the Parliamentary Secretary to Defence at the time in which we invested just under 1% of Canada's GDP towards defence spending, towards our military. You'd have to go back generations to realize the commitment that this Prime Minister that was just elected just over a year ago, that has made the type of commitments. Not only did he say 2%, we achieved 2% of the GDP last year. You can talk about tendering and providing the equipment that's necessary, supporting our men and women in the forces in terms of pay increases. In a very real and tangible way, this government has been there for our Canadian forces. My question to the member is, does he have any regrets that the Stephen Harper regime could only give 1% of the GDP?
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake East.
So the one thing, Madam Speaker, that the member from Winnipeg North never ever talks about is the creative accounting that the Liberals did to get the 2%. They added in, which never been added in before, until 2017, and then they added in the big numbers in the last year. Veterans pensions, the Canadian Coast Guard entire budget, even though they're not a defensive organization, nor have the ability to be a defensive organization. Transport Canada airplanes are in there. The pay raise that they gave was long overdue, and yet they still have members today that haven't received the benefits or the bonuses for staying on as members. It's especially worse for those that serve in the Canadian Reserves. The Army Reserves have not seen those benefits yet at all. So they can sit here and talk the game. And we know that even with the increases in salaries, they've clawed it back by increasing rents on our troops. They've increased the living differentials, especially for those guys that are now deployed overseas at Latvia. Their take-home pay has dropped since the so-called raise because they're clawing it back through other deductions. Madam Speaker, you know, if we use the same math when we were government, our spending would have been well over 1.5%.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, this bill is over 300 pages. There are a number of amendments, and some of them are quite concerning. For example, reducing transparency in the government, limiting who, for example, can lodge a complaint with the procurement ombuds, and which limits the types of complaints that they can look at. What does my colleague think in a context where procurement, especially defense procurement, is increasingly important? What does my colleague think about this from a transparency perspective?
Speaker, I can tell my colleague this, that, if you look at actual things the Liberals have bought for our troops, haven't resulted in increased lethality or kinetic capability within the Canadian Armed Forces. It took them over 10 years just to replace our sidearms with our forces. We have today all the members of the Canadian Armed Forces in the Ottawa capital region who have been asked to turn back in their rucksacks, sleeping bags, and their frag vests and body armor because there isn't enough to be sent abroad for those that are deployed in Latvia, where it could become a hot conflict in a matter of short order. We know that those that are going through basic training right now don't even have enough uniforms. They don't have enough beds. And this is a failure of the government to recognize what we need to keep our troops healthy, as well as making sure that our Canadian forces have the equipment to deal with the conflicts of today and tomorrow.
Honourable Member for Kitchener-South Esper. No. Sorry. Well, un rappel au règlement de l'honorable député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, things were affected on our schedule very positively by the fact that we received the athletes today. With that in mind, could you please check what time private members' business will start today? In exactly 1 minute.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-South Esper.
I think you mean Yellowhead. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his interjection. I know he was a visitor to public accounts at one point when we had some of the military generals in. And I specifically asked the question then, and I'm wondering if he can comment about, they said they wanted the F-35, and it's changed multiple times, and now they're delaying again. If their procurement process is this bad that it's going to take 15 years, what are we expecting to actually spend this money?
Very, very brief answer from the Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake.
Well, Madam Speaker, as my colleague from Yellowhead knows, Justin Trudeau said he'd never buy the F-35, and then he ran in competition, and they ran it again, and guess what? The F-35 beat out all the other fighter jets every single time, both on cost, on lethality, on survivability, on interoperability. And now the Prime Minister is playing politics with a jet that we need to protect Canada and work with our allies.
Before we move to the private member's business, just to inform the Honourable Member that the amendment is in order and we will proceed with the debate on it after the bill comes next. Mr. Bazan, seconded by Mr. Howland, moves the following amendment. I move, seconded by the member of Calgary East, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word "that" and substituting the following. The House declined to give second reading to Bill C-31, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on November 4th, 2025, since the bill fails to address meaningfully the cost of living crisis, which Canadians are facing through measures such as complete fuel tax relief, removing taxes and red tape which drive up housing costs, cutting the industrial carbon tax imposed on farmers and everyone else in the country's food chain, and eliminating wasteful government spending, all of which have driven up inflation, including food price inflation. It being 5:47, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Ordre du jour.
Affaires émanant des députés, private members' business. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-247, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, bill standing in the name of Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Kazan, seconded by Mr. Davis, moves that Bill C-247, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Debate. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to begin by expressing on behalf of the NDP our deepest gratitude to all the workers, unions, and labour leaders who have voiced their support for this bill to repeal Section 107 of the Canada Labour Code and uphold the right to strike. In just 2 years, the Liberals have used Section 107 8 times, each time violating the Constitution and disrespecting the rights of millions of workers on whose backs our country runs.
Shame.
But don't take it from me. Just ask the representatives of workers themselves. Bea Bruss, president of the Canadian Labour Congress, leads over 3 million workers across the country. Speaking on repealing Section 107, she said that, in quotes, no government should ever be able to strip workers of their right to free and collective bargaining. Canada's unions will fight alongside the NDP to get this bill passed and to ensure our labour codes protect workers, not undermine them. Mark Hancock, national president of CUPE, said, in quotes, it's hard to calculate the damage that has already been done by this Liberal government repeatedly stepping in to take away the only leverage workers have at the bargaining table. It's bad for workers' livelihoods, and it's bad for the constitutional rights of all Canadians. Section 107 has got to go. The CLC, CUPE, CUPW, the United Steelworkers, the Teamsters, PSAC, the ILWU, and more, all standing, Madam Speaker, in solidarity behind this bill to uphold the right to strike. And this is the rule of law, Madam Speaker, and one of the biggest outcomes of solidarity, Madam Speaker, is that workers understand their rights. So let's talk about workers' rights. In 2015, in its decision on the Saskatchewan Federation of Labour versus Saskatchewan hearing, the Supreme Court of Canada recognized that the right to strike is protected by the Constitution as indispensable part of collective bargaining rights. No wonder the Liberals have continued issuing their back-to-work orders in back rooms with CEOs rather than out in the open and on record. They're afraid to leave evidence of their unconstitutional behavior. Even Stephen Harper's anti-worker Conservative Labour Minister has said regarding the use of Section 107 to end strikes, in quotes, if you find a lawyer who can tell you that it's possible, then I wish I had their advice 15 years ago. But as far as I'm concerned, you aren't able to do that. And Mr. Speaker, the issue goes beyond Canadian law. Just last week, the UN International Court of Justice issued a landmark ruling that, in quotes, the right to strike of workers and their organizations is protected under international law. Workers fighting Section 107 in Canada are on the front lines of a global workers' movement, and I commend them and say, good on you. But I wonder whether the Liberal government cares, since they're so routinely turning their backs on international law, whether it's a violation of Indigenous rights through Bill C-5, or migrants' rights in Bill C-12, or the right to peaceful assembly in Bill C-9. New Democrats know where we stand, Madam Speaker. It's with international law and with workers. Because, Madam Speaker, we know that throughout Canadian history and throughout the world's history, workers exercising their right to strike have been absolutely critical for advancing human rights and economic empowerment. In fact, Madam Speaker, in my own riding of Winnipeg Centre, we had the Winnipeg General Strike, which is a legendary moment in our local history when over 30,000 workers walked off their jobs in protest of exploitation and unfair wages, forcing governments to recognize their rights and helping unite workers' struggles across Canada. And this legacy has lived on through the far-reaching social progress achieved by the labour movement. Maternity leave, Madam Speaker, was ensured in no small part from the 42-day strike in 1981 by the Canadian Union of Postal Workers, helping set the standard for maternity leave across Canada. That was the same Canadian Union of Postal Workers, Madam Speaker, whose right to strike this Liberal government violated through using Section 107 in 2024. But it's not surprising that the Liberals forget such important lessons when they have so routinely neglected the rights of women workers. We know that their failure to invest in a workforce strategy, for example, for childcare workers, is threatening women's participation in the workforce. But it's also plain that their application of Section 107 has had deeply disturbing gendered impacts. Let's remember the most recent example when CUPE flight attendants at Air Canada went on strike against unpaid labor. In a sector made up of mostly women and gender-diverse folks, it's simply sexist for Air Canada to assume unpaid work could continue to fly. But when flight attendants exercised their legal right to strike, what did the Liberal Minister of Jobs and Families do? Shut them down using Section 107 in less than 12 hours. Through you, Madam Speaker, I ask this Liberal minister, was 12 hours enough time to consider the devastating consequences of forcing unpaid work onto so many workers, mostly women and gender-diverse folks, just to please the Air Canada CEO, the former one that had to resign? Or was 12 hours enough time to decide in favor of threatening draconian fines on all those who dared to insist that they were paid for their work? It is proof of the senselessness of Section 107, Madam Speaker, that flight attendants bravely refused the Liberal minister's ridiculous back-to-work order and continue to fight for a fair deal, receiving a groundswell of support from over 80% of people across Canada. Section 107, we know, hurts workers everywhere. We know this from the example that strike-breaking hurts workers everywhere. Each time the Liberals invoke Section 107, it tells CEOs across Canada that they can disrespect their workers' rights because the government will come to rescue them when their bad faith bargaining results in a strike. When Air Canada CEO, former Air Canada CEO Michael Russo, was asked why he had no plan in place for customers in the event of a strike, he told the whole world he did not prepare because he didn't have to. He knew the government would use Section 107. And this assumption, based on the Liberals' poor record, is just as real as the anti-worker Conservative premiers that the Liberal Prime Minister has grown so close to. When Daniel Smith violated the Charter and shut down the legal strike of Alberta teachers, when Doug Ford violated the Charter and tried to shut down the legal strike of Ontario education staff, what did the Liberal government say? Crickets. That's because they are on the same page as these right-wing Conservatives when it comes to walking over the rights of workers. At a time of rising inequality and inequity and economic vulnerability, we should be encouraging the extension and empowerment of unions and workers' institutions across Canada, not cutting them down. We should be supporting union drives among service workers, gig workers, and unpaid care workers, affirming their right to strike should they be offered an unfair deal. And it's so inspiring to the NDP to see the beginnings of this movement as Uber drivers in Victoria won this historic victory last month by ratifying a union contract and improved pay and health and safety measures. Madam Speaker, given their track record, I ask myself whether the Liberal government sees this victory as just another problem to be solved by draconian back-to-work legislation. For our part, the New Democrats are clear. We offer our warmest congratulations to these drivers and support the struggles for unionization among all similarly exploited, unrepresented workers. As was recently put so well by our dynamic New Democratic Party leader, Abby Lewis, the greatest gift we can pass on from one generation to the next is a union card. Madam Speaker, we're giving the Liberals a chance to do what's right, to respect the Charter and stop attacks on workers. But if they refuse, we know workers will not back down against the attacks on their rights. You can just ask the Air Canada flight attendants. During the Winnipeg strike of 1919, nobody waited around for friends of big business in the government to give workers permission to walk off the job. If the Liberal government decides to stand by their friends, the billionaire class in big multinational corporations, and vote down this bill, New Democrats are ready to stand by working communities, union leaders, and human rights advocates to remind them they can never take away workers' power to strike. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Here, here. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a specific question for the member. Is that does she or the NDP at the federal level, and I would emphasize the federal level, see any circumstance whatsoever where the government should actually have access to a tool that would be able to respond to a national labour disruption?
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Winnipeg for his question. I want to be really clear. 12 hours was the last strike-breaking tactic used by this Liberal government to force mostly women back to unpaid work. This government has a poor track record on workers' rights, including the only 30-day time for Labour to respond to other attempts of this Liberal government to crush down the rights of workers. It's a shameful question, and it just demonstrates how the Liberal government continues to turn their back on workers.
Here, here.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
I want to thank the member for her speech. She's obviously called out the Liberals for their repeated use of Section 107 to take away the right to strike. I've been here a long time, Madam Speaker, and what I find interesting and curious is at no point in the last 10 years or 12 years did anyone call for the repeal of Section 107. In fact, the section's been in place for a very long time and no one's thought it necessary to repeal it. So my question to the member is, would it not actually be that it's the Liberal government's weaponization of Section 107, specifically weaponizing referrals to the CARB to take away the right to strike and doing it 8 times in 13 months? Isn't that the problem, not the section in of itself?
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, I want to be really clear that Conservatives are no friends of workers either, but I have to agree with my colleague. Our current Prime Minister seems to have a worse track record than Prime Minister Harper, if you can actually believe it, in their use of Section 107, which brings up the reason why unions from across the country, including the CLC, that represents 3 million workers, are asking to repeal it. Because who knows how many more times this Liberal government is going to force people back to work, including unpaid work, and siding with the billionaire class and their corporate buddies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg Centre for her speech. We've shared a number of moments at the Status of Women Committee. I know that this is a cause that's very important to her, and in her speech she spoke about the Air Canada conflict, and we understand that women are disproportionately affected by this kind of unpaid work, Madam Speaker. So my question is, how would the removal of Section 107 help women in certain labour conflicts?
Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Merci à ma collègue.
Thank you to my colleague for her excellent question.
C'est vrai.
It's true. Women.
Worst paid work. Some of the most exploited workers in this country. It's a gendered, often a gendered issue. Look at Air Canada flight attendants. I mean, that was the most recent disgusting example of this government abusing Section 107, impacting an area, a career that is with jobs that are held primarily by women and gender diverse people. They also have no child care plan in place. Another gendered issue where this government refuses to put an actual work strategy in place to make sure early childhood educators have livable wages, benefits. They still expect us to have bake sales to earn enough money. It's such a bro club with the Liberal government right now. So it's a huge issue. I hope this government comes to their senses if they want any credibility with workers and unions across the country, and support Bill 247 to repeal Section 107 of the Canada Labour Code.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. And I too would like to start off, as the member opposite did, in regards to the 1919 general strike in Winnipeg. You know, I think that that general strike set a history not only for the union movement in the city of Winnipeg, but I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, but indeed the world. In many ways, our union movement over the years is one of the reasons why we have many of the social programs that we have today, and how the union movement overall has increased the wages and benefits, and in many ways has contributed to the lifestyle that we have here in Canada. And ultimately, I would argue, and I've said many times in the past, you know, that Canada is in fact the best place in the world to call home. And I don't say that lightly, Madam Speaker, because I do believe that our union movement is one of the primary reasons for it. You ask people in terms of what it is that they love about Canada, you'll often find it's about policies that have ultimately made Canada that star in the world. And that's why I have always been, since I was the first elected back in 1988, a strong union advocate, Madam Speaker. Because I see the true value and contributions, not only that they have made in the past and today, but also the potential that's there for the future. And I think that the government does have an obligation to continue to work with the union movement as we have over the last number of years, Madam Speaker. I disagree with the painting that the member from Winnipeg Centre is trying to portray to Canadians as a whole, or to the union movement, Madam Speaker. The best agreement is a negotiated agreement. Those are the best agreements. And if you take a look, I believe it's 95% plus. That is agreements that are achieved without any stoppage of work or lockouts, Madam Speaker. Over the years, I've had the opportunity to walk along with many on picket lines, Madam Speaker. I've had the opportunity here and the Manitoba Legislature. The member from Winnipeg Centre laughs. I don't think you have to be a New Democrat in order to be a supporter of the union movement. And that is something in which the NDP don't realize. Well, you know, I'll take the challenge. You know, when they ask about going back to work, Do they not realize that there's been NDP governments that have actually ordered unions to go back to work? They have brought in back to work legislation. Well, Madam Speaker, you know, when I was first elected, we actually had a compromise that was brought in by Howard Pauley during the 80s that was called final offer selection. And that was a compromise because the NDP premier at the time promised to bring in anti-scab legislation, but decided not to when he was elected as the premier, instead came up with a compromise of final offer selection. I'm a big fan of final offer selection. Back then, we talked a great deal about it. The NDP and the Liberals actually worked together on coming up with a compromise that ultimately would ensure that Manitoba today would likely still have final offer selection. In fact, it was the member from Winnipeg Centre's, South Centre's father that negotiated with the NDP to come up with an agreement that would have saw its success. And the union movement supported it in Manitoba in a very big way. But at the last minute, a little bit of sabotage was done, and I won't tell you which political party caused it, Madam Speaker, but I can tell you one thing. I and many members of the caucus back then were very disappointed because we saw the value of it. Just like we, for the first time, have legislation, anti-scab legislation, at the national level, Madam Speaker, brought in by a Liberal government. Understanding the value of the worker is something that has been amplified in terms of the budget process. Look at the Red Seal program. We're talking about enhancing 80,000 to 100,000 highly skilled workers through the Red Seal program. That is a real commitment, Madam Speaker. Because we understand when you talk about those major projects, the projects that we want to advance, union labor is not an option. It is essential that we get unions, labor involved, Madam Speaker. And we will see that in many of the major projects that are on the horizon, Madam Speaker. When you take a look at what is being suggested on Bill 107, and I posed a question, and I believe it was a legitimate question, because, as I say, different levels of government and the national government on occasion have recognized there might be a situation where you need to be able to have a tool that will deal with an issue respecting labor dispute, Madam Speaker. We have seen that. Different levels of government, different political parties, including New Democrats, Madam Speaker, that have had to use those tools. Now, under this Prime Minister and this government, we have departments that are looking by consulting, and I believe the consultation has come to an end, but there have been dozens of stakeholders that have come to the table to talk about labor, Madam Speaker. There is a serious attempt by the government to look at how it is that we can improve labor conditions here in Canada, Madam Speaker. And that's why I say we take it very seriously. That's why it is that we're doing the consultation with the different stakeholders, Madam Speaker. That's why I posed the question. I didn't mean it in a sarcastic fashion whatsoever. It was a very specific question to the member from Winnipeg Centre. And I even emphasized the federal New Democrats. Is it the federal New Democrats' position? Even though she didn't answer the question directly, I imply by the tail end of her answer that the answer is no. They do not see any circumstance whatsoever at all where the national government should have any form of a tool if there is some form of a labor business management dispute that's causing issues, Madam Speaker. That's what I take from the comment from the member from Winnipeg Centre on behalf of the New Democratic Party. Consulting is critical on anything with respect to labor and labor relations. Working and recognizing the value is more than just talking about it. It's taking actions where we can, Madam Speaker. That's the reason why I've highlighted a couple of things in which I have seen in the last couple of years that I think are very meaningful and provide opportunities. One of those achievements that I'm very proud of, as I said, is the anti-scab legislation that we introduced not that long ago and ultimately had passed, Madam Speaker. The other thing within this fiscal budget that we have now proclaimed how important it is that we expand and promote and encourage programs such as the Red Seal program, Madam Speaker. Because I see the value, and I believe that Canadians see the value of that. The idea of working with the different stakeholders, listening to what it is that they would like to see in a responsible fashion with respect to how we look at our labor laws, I think it's the responsible approach to take, and that is the approach that this Prime Minister and the government has actually put into action. And I say I'm not 100% sure, but I believe if it hasn't concluded, it will be concluding shortly. I think that is the best way that you change labor laws, Madam Speaker, that you have to work through consultations with the different stakeholders in order to be able to come up with our good, solid labor law.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy to speak to this private member's bill, which I believe is exceptionally well intentioned. This is a private member's bill that has been designed due to the malfeasance of this Liberal government. Now, when I say malfeasance of this Liberal government, you might be wondering what I mean. Well, what I mean is this. Up until the last 2 years, there was nobody in this country that said we should get rid of Section 107. There wasn't a single union saying that. There weren't national unions saying that. In fact, Section 107 was used the way it was supposed to be used for decades in this country. It has been the Liberals' weaponization of Section 107 that has led us here today. Now, when I talk about weaponization, let me explain. What you actually should do is take a look at Section 107 in of itself. The section is quite valuable. It talks about the minister, where it deems expedient, may do such things as the minister seems likely to maintain or secure industrial peace. And the minister may refer any question to the board or direct the board to do such things as the minister deems necessary. So the purpose of Section 107 was to refer things to the Canadian Industrial Relations Board, and the board would then do things to maintain industrial peace. And that's how it functioned. Until these Liberals, by accident, discovered a secret power within Section 107. Now, when I say they discovered this accidentally, I mean they literally discovered it accidentally. Minister Seamus O'Regan, during the WestJet mechanics strike, he referred a matter to the CIRB. He referred it for and asked the CIRB to impose binding arbitration. Fine. That's what the CIRB went on to do. But they also then said, this does not mean the right to strike is taken away. because that wasn't specifically requested in the referral. So the WestJet strike went on, and in fact, guess what? The parties reached a settlement. They reached a collective agreement themselves, which is how it should work. Conservatives firmly believe that the best deals are made at the bargaining table, and that bargaining can be hard. Sometimes there's pain as a result of that bargaining and the disruption, but the parties come to an agreement themselves, and that is how it should work. But what the Liberals discovered in their mistake with the referral of the WestJet mechanics strike is that all they needed to do in their next referral is add in, and the parties are not allowed to strike or be locked out. So they stumbled into this new power. And once they got this new power, they became absolutely addicted to it. They then used it 7 times over the next year and a bit to take away the right to strike for Canadian workers. They routinely and repeatedly used it, and specifically told the Canadian Industrial Relations Board that as part of the referral for binding arbitration, they must also order the parties to cease a strike and a lockout, thereby depriving unionized workers of their constitutionally protected right to strike. And these Section 107 referrals are now before the courts, and the courts will be determining the constitutionality of those referrals. So I can understand why the NDP has said we need to get rid of Section 107, because these Liberals have created such a toxic environment in labor relations in this country because of their repeated use of Section 107. It's like they're hammers and everything therefore is a nail. It's the only thing they can do. If there's any labor dispute, get out Section 107 and smash it to the end. That's what they've been doing for the past 18 months. Now, it was so terrible, as my colleague pointed out, that the CEO of Air Canada was relying on the use of Section 107, which is why they had no fallback position when the flight attendants chose not to follow the CIRB order saying to end the strike. And amazingly, through that defiance, they came to a collective agreement, just like when the strike went on with WestJet, the WestJet mechanics. The parties were able to find an agreement for themselves. So, what is the problem here? Is the problem that Section 107 allows a government to refer certain things to the Canadian Industrial Relations Board? Is that the problem? No, it's not the problem, because for decades that power existed. For decades it was used properly. For decades it was used appropriately. The challenge has now come because the Liberals weaponized the use of Section 107. If they'd used it once, we would not be having this conversation. This private member's bill would not be on the order paper today. If they had used it twice, it probably wouldn't. But these Liberals became obsessed with using Section 107. Now, why did they have to routinely use Section 107? Because they have allowed the environment in this country between employers and unionized workers to become so toxic that it was the way they could end disputes, rather than allowing the collective bargaining process to continue themselves. They used it to stop the work stoppage with CN and CP Rail. They used it with Canada Post. They used it with Air Canada. They used it with WestJet. It's like they had nothing else they thought they could do. And in the process, they have created outrage among Canadian unions, outrage at the use of Section 107. So much outrage that the Liberals have decided they're going to do some sham study into the use of Section 107. Well, Madam Speaker, we know what they do with their investigations. They commenced an investigation into unpaid work for flight attendants. What investigation is necessary? Go and have a conversation with a flight attendant. You know they're doing unpaid work. And so they conducted a study to look into whether or not flight attendants do unpaid work. Like, it's unbelievable, actually. You might as well do a study as to whether or not you get wet when you're standing outside when it rains. Unpaid work was being done. But wait, it gets worse. You can't think it could get worse, but it actually does. Do you know what the first part of their study came back and said? Wait for it. We need to do more study. It's literally unbelievable. After a decade of these Liberals, the state of labor relations in this country has never been worse. It has never been worse. We have seen the most work disruptions in the last couple of years, more than we've seen in the last 30 years. In part, it's because of how they behave. In part, it's the weaponization of Section 107. In part, it's because of sham investigations into things like unpaid labor. So, Madam Speaker, while I agree with the intent of the member to get rid of Section 107, to me, I'm going to use an expression: you don't need to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Actually, what we need to do is throw out the people who are poisoning labor relations in this country. So, Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate the member for putting forward this piece of legislation. I think it's exceptionally well-intentioned. Unfortunately, I do not believe that Section 107 is the problem. There are lots of ways to use Section 107 that is not weaponized, that will not destroy labor relations in this country, and the only way to do that is to get rid of the people who are doing it. And unfortunately, Madam Speaker, we cannot support this piece of legislation.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This evening, I am here to discuss this bill, Bill C-247, aiming to amend the Canada Labour Code. The right to strike is a right. It's a fundamental right recognized by the courts, protected by the freedom of association. And the Bloc Québécois, that right should not depend on the will of a federal entity. Bill C-247 aims to abolish this Section 107 of the Code, which gives the minister extremely broad powers to get involved in areas under federal jurisdiction. The minister could ask for measures that are considered necessary, but essentially there are no clear guidelines in the legislation as it stands. What does this bill change? I'll provide some figures, and then I'll give you our historical position at the Bloc Québécois. On 107, there's very little actually said to public safety and a specific emergency, so that means there could be political intervention in areas of strikes that are legal. The strike capacity is a prerogative of workers after months, sometimes years of bargaining. If the government can just get involved once pressure is strong, then the right to strike loses much of its value. A strike has to create a true economic pressure. If Ottawa will be getting involved, why negotiate quickly? Why make compromises? Why seat at the table? 107 changes the balance of power between workers and management. It causes intransigence on the part of the management rather than acting in good faith. We believe at the Bloc that you have to solve issues at the bargaining table and not through premature political intervention. Historically, the section existed since 1984. 107 that is, but it was rarely used. What we've noted is that there's been a rapid increase in its use since 2024. Ottawa has gotten involved in at least 7 major work conflicts under Section 107. My colleagues referred to these issues like WestJet, CN, CP, Air Canada, and I think it's important to note unpaid work was the issue, and it affected flight attendants, disproportionately so. The ports of Montreal, Quebec, Vancouver, Canada Post. So what was supposed to be an exceptional power has become a normal or common use for solving these issues. At Canada Post, many workers were affected. Millions of dollars were on the line on a daily basis, and these conflicts do indeed cause concerns for companies and for the society. But when a government limits a fundamental right, it should always be done openly before Parliament. For a long time, when governments wanted to put a stop to strikes, there would have to be special legislation tabled for that purpose. There needed to be political accountability for it, though. There needed to be a debate on it. Section 107 is a way to circumvent that debate through a much more discreet administrative maneuver. Many union groups have condemned this measure. They say that 107 would mean it could neutralize a strike with no true parliamentary oversight. A number of legal actions have been tabled regarding the constitutionality of these actions. Experts have said that the right to strike are essential tools in bargaining. If this right can be suspended at any moment, there is an imbalance. There seems to be a double standard also. Madam Speaker, lockouts can be extended, management can be aggressive, there can be a lack of compromise, but when workers are effectively using their right to strike, Ottawa seems to get involved quickly. It's as though the union itself was always responsible, as though the right to strike is an economic issue rather than a fundamental right. The Bloc Québécois believes we should strike a real balance in the context of working relationships. Eliminating 107 would not mean that the government would lose all of the tools at its disposal, because the minister can always appoint mediators and use conciliation, support negotiations, implement commissions of inquiry. And if there really needs to be exceptional measures taken, the government can always table special legislation before Parliament. But this would have to be debated before elected representatives in Parliament and before the public. And that, however, is democracy. This bill, Bill C-247, protects a fundamental right, limits ministerial power that is excessive, has become excessive, strengthen collective bargaining, make sure that bargaining actually happens where it should between workers and management. The best agreement is always a negotiated agreement without having been something that has been forcibly imposed on workers. Defending the right to strike is to defend, according to the Bloc Québécois, the freedom of association, the rights of workers, the balance of power in the workplace. So, a few statistics and some data to really bring home the point. Let it be said that there has been a recent skyrocketing in the number of cases of brought before under Section 107. It's as though this section has been instrumentalized or weaponized. It existed for decades, but was rarely used. According to some legal and union experts, this explosion in cases since 2024 is real, and the number of recent events since the summer of 2024. So the federal government has gotten involved in 7 major work conflicts through Section 107 using Section 107. Again, WestJet, CN, CPC, the Port of Montreal, Quebec, Vancouver, Air Canada, Canada Post. These are major conflicts. So let's get back to WestJet. According to the union, in June 2024, the government attempted to use Section 107 before the actual start of the strike at WestJet. And when the Industrial Relations Board did not immediately suspend the strike, it meant that the employer had to go back to the table, and there was, in the end, an agreement that was quickly reached once the parties did return around the table. You've got to remember that there are economic impacts to these conflicts, and as I said in figures, in Canada Post case, 55,000 workers were involved, and SMEs in Canada had serious concerns, representing $76 million in losses per day. We understand that that was a real concern, so people needed to get back to the table. And third, the right to strike. We affirm that there is a way to do much better when it comes to bargaining, and that to have a context where there's no premature political intervention with the right to strike that is fully effective, that would incentivize parties to find a solution. That's the best way to solve a work conflict. We at the Bloc Québécois have been consistent historically. I know my colleague for the member for Lac-Saint-Jean is here. Gilles Duceppe was a union person, and then again there's Louis Chabot is also a former union person, and this is who we are. We continue to defend these traditional positions. Section 107 means a circumvention of parliamentary debate, legislation, and to directly intervene in something that is actually a strike, which is actually legal. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, this does not mean that the minister has no means at his disposal. He or she has the capacity to act under other measures in the Canadian Labour Code. And finally, in work conflicts, it would mean the minister would resume a classic role, that is to facilitate, to support, to propose, and put political pressure on the parties rather than to short-circuit process. So this reconfiguration is important. This is why we support this bill, out of respect for the rights of workers and consistent with our historical positions at the Bloc Québécois. Thank you very much. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Compton-Stanstead. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll start by saying that we are currently experiencing a real turning point in the Canadian economy. Throughout the world, trade rules are changing. Supply chains are much more fragile. Economic tensions and geopolitical tensions have significant and very real consequences here at home, on our workers, businesses, and communities that depend on stable, well-paying jobs. In this context, the government's responsibility is clear to protect Canadian workers while at the same time strengthening the country's economic resilience. And these two things go hand in hand, Madam Speaker. We cannot build a strong Canadian economy without respecting the workers who keep it running every day. And we cannot protect workers over the long term without an economy that is capable of withstanding shocks, and remaining competitive. It is at this spirit that I rise today to speak to Bill C-247. I'd first like to thank the member for Winnipeg Centre for bringing forward this initiative, and I'd also like to acknowledge her commitment, her strong commitment towards Canadian workers.
Le gouvernement partage l'objectif fondamental qui sous-tend la...
The government shares the fundamental objective behind this effort, that is strengthening a labor relations framework that respects workers, supports collective bargaining, and contributes to the country's economic stability. We firmly believe in the right to strike. That right is protected under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms because it is an essential part of free and balanced and respectful labor relations. Workers need to have meaningful bargaining power, and our government has taken concrete action to strengthen that very right. That includes Bill C-58, which banned replacement workers in federally regulated sectors. That was something that had been a major priority for the labor movement for many years. That reform helped restore greater balance at the bargaining table and protects the integrity of the collective bargaining process. The best agreements are those that are negotiated at the bargaining table. Our government really believes in dialogue. Collective bargaining is not always easy. Sometimes it involves tensions, but it is a means to arrive at sustainable and balanced, durable solutions. That is why the federal mediation and conciliation service plays such an important role. And despite what headlines may sometimes suggest, the vast majority of labor disputes in federally regulated sectors are resolved without a work stoppage. In fact, 97% of disputes were resolved without a strike or lockout in cases where parties work with the FMCS. That demonstrates that our system generally works well when parties negotiate in good faith and have access to the right support mechanisms. But we must also recognize another reality, Madam Speaker. Some infrastructure in some sectors now play a critical role in the country's economic stability. At a time when global supply chains are already under pressure, labor disputes can have rapid and significant consequences for millions of Canadians, for businesses, for exporters, and for the economy as a whole. Recognizing that reality does not diminish the importance of the right to strike in any way. It simply means that the government also has a responsibility to consider the public interest, economic stability, and the potential consequences for workers themselves. Because at the end of the day, when the economy slows significantly, workers are often the first to feel the impact. It is in that context that Section 107 of the Canada Labour Code must be understood. And let me be clear, its use must always remain exceptional. The government believes that extraordinary intervention in a labor dispute must always be a last resort. Our priority must always be to allow parties to reach a negotiated agreement.
But there are situations where the economic, social, or logistical consequences become too significant to ignore. In those moments, the government must act with caution, balance, and a deep respect for workers' rights. This is not an ideological question. It is a question of responsibility. And I believe it is possible to stand firmly with workers while also being pragmatic in managing the country's broader economic interests. Canadian workers themselves understand the challenges our economy is facing. They understand the importance of protecting jobs, investment, and long-term economic stability. That is why the government is currently undertaking important consultations on the future of labor relations in Canada. These consultations are examining issues such as the collective bargaining process, mediation mechanisms, certain timelines under the Canada Labour Code, and the use of Section 107. Madam Speaker, there is another aspect that we need to discuss more often: the daily reality for workers and employers who are directly affected by labor conflict. For many Canadians, this is not an abstract concept. These are issues that directly affect people's paychecks, mortgage payments, SME stability, and their capacity to plan for the future. When negotiations go well, everyone wins: workers, employers, and communities. But when things go poorly and become unpredictable, the impacts are not limited to the negotiation table. Rapidly, the impacts spread through supply chains, communities, and sectors that depend on reliability. That is why the predictability of our labor relations system is just as important as equity. we must always seek to create conditions that will enable the parties to create agreements without unnecessary disruption. We need to strengthen our negotiation and early dispute settlement tools. Parties must be able to trust the system. Workers must know that their rights will be respected, and employers must know that there is a clear, fair, and functional system for dispute settlement. Canadians need to be able to count on economic stability and the continuity of essential services. It's not always easy to reach this balance, but it's essential. Madam Speaker, we must also recognize that the labor market is currently transforming. Things are changing very quickly. There is more and more investment competition on a global scale. In this context, jurisdiction that can maintain stable and predictable labor environments will always be better positioned to attract good jobs and sustainable investment. It's not a matter of weakening workers' rights. This is about reinforcing the global framework that will protect their rights in a sustainable fashion. Because at the end of the day, the best way to protect workers' rights is to have a stable, growing economy. This is why we do not have a static approach. Our approach is pragmatic and will evolve as the economy does. And that is why we will continue to dialogue with unions, workers, employers, and all stakeholders in the labor relations sector. We believe that this ongoing engagement is a sign of responsibility rather than uncertainty. That is why we will ensure that the framework remains effective for decades to come. Many different stakeholders have participated in these discussions, and we are listening closely because labor relations are evolving, the economy is evolving, and our legislative framework must be capable of responding to today's realities while continuing to protect workers' fundamental rights. Our objective is clear: to maintain a modern, credible, balanced labor relations regime that reflects Canada's economic realities, a regime that genuinely protects workers, a regime that supports free and fair negotiations, and a regime that also allows Canada to remain strong, stable, and competitive in an increasingly uncertain global environment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway will have 3 minutes. 3 minutes at this time and conclude next time the bill comes to discussion.
Thank you. I have 2 minutes to speak at this point, so there's not a whole lot I can get into this point, but I will. 3 minutes, I see. But I will say this: I'm proud to rise as the labour critic for the NDP and speak this bill. But more importantly, prior to being elected, I spent 16 years working as the Director of Legal Resources for Teamsters Local Union 31. And in that time period, I didn't just walk picket lines, as my honourable colleague, the secretary to the leader of the government said, but I negotiated collective agreements. I made applications to the Labour Board. I defended the right to strike. I prosecuted unfair labour practices. I did essential services designations. There was probably not a section of the Canada Labour Code that I didn't deal with in those 16 years. And here's what I know from that experience. This is not a theoretical exercise to me or to the millions of workers in this country. It affects their lives.
100%.
Here's what I know. Collective bargaining is the foundation of union rights in this country. Number two, the right to withdraw your services is a charter-protected strike. And I'm surprised to see the Liberals so easily violate charter rights because they themselves claim proudly that they're the party of the charter.
Shame.
But as the party of the charter, 8 times in the past 2 years, they have violated the charter rights as described by the Supreme Court of Canada. That's not an NDP position. The highest court in the land said workers have the right to withdraw their services as a core expression of their right to free assembly and association. And 8 times this government has ended that right by sending an email. Now, my honourable colleague, the parliamentary secretary leader, says, well, NDP governments in the past have brought in back-to-work legislation. That's the democratic way to do it. And that's done after many, many days of labour action. And then back-to-work legislation is debated in the House. That's not what this government's done. They've ended 8 strikes by an email. And you know when they've done it? 12 hours after the flight attendants at Air Canada went off the job. 10 hours after the rail workers at CN&CP Rail went off the job. They didn't even wait a day for these workers to express their charter rights before they were violated. Now, I want to tell you the only power Labour has is the power to withdraw their services. That's it. And if you interfere with that right, you interfere with the very foundation of collective bargaining. And I'll tell you something, collective bargaining is successful in this country. Collective bargaining is a success in Canada. 99% of collective agreements are resolved without a strike or lockout. They're resolved at the bargaining table. And I've heard repeatedly from the government and all members of this House that the best agreements are agreements reached at the bargaining table. Do you know why they're reached at the bargaining table? Because unions and employers have a tool.
I have to interrupt the honourable member. The honourable member will have 7 minutes to conclude his speech next time the bill comes to the floor. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article 60.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, I rise this evening to address the worsening youth unemployment crisis. The youth unemployment rate now is at 14.3%. We recently asked the finance minister about the youth unemployment crisis in this country. He would not agree in this House that we face a youth unemployment crisis, and he wasn't even able to state the youth unemployment rate. That's from the finance minister of this country, Madam Speaker, which shows how asleep at the switch this government is. They have no plan to address a crisis that they won't acknowledge and they don't even understand the magnitude of. But there's good news as well, Madam Speaker, and that is that this week the Human Resources Committee tabled its detailed report on a youth unemployment crisis study that contains many recommendations that actually reflect specifically the Conservative Youth Jobs Plan. As we have called on this government to confront this youth unemployment crisis, we have put forward a Conservative Youth Jobs Plan to unleash the economy, to fix immigration, to fix training, to build homes where the jobs are. And now we have a unanimous report from the Human Resources Committee that reflects these key Conservative priorities. I want to congratulate the members of the Human Resources Committee from all parties who got behind these Conservative priorities. Now it's time for a government that has been asleep at the switch for too long to recognize this crisis, to talk to young people, to read the statistical reports, to know the information, and to implement a real plan that reflects what Conservatives have put forward and what is contained in this all-party report. I want to highlight a number of the recommendations. This all-party report recommends that, quote, the Government of Canada seek to reduce taxes and red tape in order to address concerns about how the taxation and regulatory environment has limited productivity growth and held back youth employment. Incredible, an all-party recommendation calling on the government to respond to this Conservative priority, reduce taxes and red tape. Recommendation 2, that the Government of Canada recognize the positive role that natural resource development, manufacturing, and all other sectors play, contributing to employment, and seek to valorize work in all these sectors. Recommendation 3 deals with recognizing the role that immigration policy failures have had in contributing to youth unemployment and addressing them. Recommendation 5 calls on the government to apply strict penalties to companies hiring illegal workers. We've actually had cases where companies that have been punished for hiring illegal workers went on to get government subsidies. When you have this culture of permissiveness towards companies hiring illegal workers, that contributes to youth unemployment. Recommendation 7 calls on the government to celebrate the value and dignity of trades work, ensure that institutions providing trade skills are treated equally and fairly. That responds to the fact that this government has actually removed funding for grants from students attending vocational institutions. So if you're trying to pursue in-demand skills at a vocational institution, this government has cut you off from getting a student grant. We would reverse that, and that is what is alluded to by Recommendation 7 in this all-party report. There are many great recommendations in this report. It provides, I think, a clear blueprint for the government to follow, building on the Conservative Youth Jobs Plan released in the fall. This government is doing nothing. Young people are getting desperate. This government needs a plan. We now have an all-party report that follows the lead of Conservatives with specific concrete recommendations. So is the government prepared to implement these constructive recommendations in the 10th report of the Human Resources Committee?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Sherwood Park, for Saskatchewan, for his question. It provides another opportunity to remind Canadians of our government's commitment to renew the nation's workforce with targeted, dynamic investments in our young people. Madam Speaker, we are building big, we are building bold, and we are building now. And we are building on a scale not seen in this country since the end of the Second World War. We're building 500,000 homes, developing major projects in the national interest, all with Canadian steel, Canadian lumber, and Canadian workers. Because we're not just building homes and infrastructure, we're training the workforce of the future that will build it. Madam Speaker, I don't have time now to speak in detail about all the programs, but knowing the interest that the member opposite has shown in youth employment, let me focus on some of the highlights. Team Canada Strong, a new measure announced in the Spring Economic Update, is a $6 billion nationwide effort to recruit, train, and hire up to 100,000 new Red Seal trades workers in the next 5 years. This is a plan to address the concerns we heard directly from unions, from employers, from industry, from youth themselves. We're launching the Build Canada Apprenticeship Service to provide up to $10,000 for an apprentice's first year salary. This will help employers recruit new apprentices and will allow us to help match apprentices to job opportunities. We're boosting training capacity and expediting certification in the Red Seal trades. And we're helping hire new apprentices by providing a $400 per week top-up while apprentices attend mandatory in-class training, and by offering a one-time $5,000 apprenticeship completion bonus to incentivize apprentices to finish their program. This represents up to $16,000 per apprentice in support, from recruitment through to training and to hiring. It will help workers whether transitioning to this new career or just getting started in the workforce. Similarly, Employment and Social Development Canada's youth employment program is helping more than 25,000 youth with tailored employment supports for the period of 2024 to 2028. An assessment of this program found that nearly 76 participants who received skills training and employment supports were still employed the following year. That's an impressive success rate and a sign that our investments as a government are targeted and effective. Equally impressive is the success we're seeing with the Student Work Placement Program. It's not only helping post-secondary students develop work-ready skills, but it is also giving employers the means to recruit and develop talent through paid work-integrated learning opportunities. Again, the statistics tell us that this program is making a difference. In 2024-25, it placed 51,000 post-secondary students with employers. That makes more than 300,000 opportunities since 2017. The beauty of this program is that it prepares young Canadians for their careers with employers in many sectors right across the economy. As we build this future workforce, private sector employers play a crucial role. It's why we've also introduced new measures to support strategic sectors of the economy and advance major projects. We're creating good, well-paying jobs, and our government is continuing to announce significant measures to help employers do just that. So let me assure the member opposite that we take youth employment extremely seriously and are working with all of our partners to make sure that they are equipped with the skills and opportunities that they need to thrive. This is work that we're going to continue to do, and work that was set out so prominently in the Spring Economic Statement, Madam Speaker, as part of a massive new investment to help our young people have the skills they need for the future. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, it's really incredible listening to the way the government talks about the youth unemployment crisis, because fundamentally it seems that they don't understand the task. Like, the task is to address the youth unemployment rate. It is to address the fact that we have a high and climbing youth unemployment rate. It's to address the fact that youth employment is at one of its lowest points in decades. It's to address the real facts on the ground. And in response to these questions, the government never actually talks about the youth unemployment rate. They never point to success in terms of, in aggregate, getting more young people into work. They always want us to be sort of impressed by the amount of money they're spending, by the fact that they're continuing existing programs, by the fact that they have hopes and ambitions for things that they might do later on. But can the member acknowledge that it's not working, that the youth unemployment rate is high and increasing, that their plans are not achieving the objectives?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Well, Madam Speaker, to the member opposite, you know, I was in his home province just last week. I was meeting with the Southern Alberta Institute of Technology, talking about how the amazing work that's being done there to graduate young people into the trades. It's work that we continue to build on. Just yesterday, I met with the Canadian Apprenticeship Forum, Madam Speaker. They called our investments in the Spring Economic Statement a project that made them feel heard, that their concerns about how we increase the number of apprentices and increase the number of skilled trade workers across the country are being focused on, and have incredible concrete initiatives to improve the recruitment, retention, and training of our skilled workers in Canada. We are making these investments precisely because we know that the future of our country's economy, the future of our workforce, and the future of so many young Canadians looking to build careers in good-paying jobs depend on our ability to have a skilled trades workforce that meets our needs. So, Madam Speaker, that's exactly what we're going to continue to do.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, tonight's debate is about fisheries policy on the West Coast, but it's also about something bigger. It's about whether coastal communities on Vancouver Island and across British Columbia are treated with the same fairness and respect as other parts of this country. On the West Coast, commercial fish harvesters, the people actually doing the fishing, are being pushed out. Corporate concentration and growing foreign ownership of licenses and quota is driving up costs and draining wealth out of coastal communities. We actually don't even know who owns much of the quota because there's still no public registry. Meanwhile, on the East Coast, an owner-operator model protects independent fish harvesters and keeps the value in local communities. 8 years ago, the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans made unanimous recommendations to bring those same protections to the West Coast. Yet 8 years later, there still hasn't been any meaningful action. That delay has real consequences. Every year, more access, control, and wealth leaves the hands of independent fish harvesters and coastal communities. It's a huge economic leakage. This isn't a new problem. The solutions have already been identified, but what's been missing is the Liberal government's willingness to act. And for many Vancouver Islanders, this is part of a larger problem. We often hear about Western alienation. Well, it's real, and few large populations in Canada understand that feeling better than Vancouver Islanders. Not because we want to leave Canada. Vancouver Islanders believe Canada is stronger together, but people begin to feel alienated when they're ignored, underrepresented, and treated unfairly for decades. A perfect example is our ferry system, which is a huge cost barrier to get our seafood products to market. As coastal peoples, we understand that ferries are not a luxury. They are essential highways that connect communities to the rest of Canada, which is why we deserve strong federal ferry support. According to the Library of Parliament, last year BC Ferries received approximately $1.63 in federal support per passenger, while federally supported East Coast ferry systems received approximately $291 per passenger, roughly 178 times more support than BC Ferries received, 300 times, Madam Speaker, for Marine Atlantic. This isn't about taking away support from Atlantic Canadians. Their ferry systems are essential national infrastructure. The issue is that Vancouver Islanders are asking why essential marine highways on the West Coast aren't treated with the same level of federal importance. The federal government keeps pointing to constitutional agreements signed more than 80 years ago and funding formulas created nearly 50 years ago when Vancouver Island had about 450,000 residents. And now the government points to temporary pandemic relief and repayable infrastructure bank loans as proof that the system is fair. But emergency COVID funding was temporary. Atlantic ferry systems also receive pandemic support, and loans still have to be repaid by British Columbians through fares and borrowing costs. That's not the same as ongoing federal operational support. Today, Vancouver Island is approaching 1 million people, and BC Ferries carries more than 22 million passengers annually. These are essential marine highways connecting workers, seniors, families, students, truckers, businesses, including those in the blue economy, and our supply chains. Premier Eby made the point clearly: the federal government shouldn't reward provinces that threaten separation while ignoring regions that continue working constructively within federation. And unlike some provinces, Vancouver Islanders aren't threatening to separate from Canada because they're frustrated by this unfairness. But people are asking why consecutive Liberal and Conservative governments have continued treating us like an afterthought. And it doesn't stop there, Madam Speaker. Nearly 1 million people live on Vancouver Island, yet not a single senator clearly rooted on Vancouver Island has been appointed in more than 55 years. Meanwhile, New Brunswick, with a comparable population, has 10 Senate seats. Prince Edward Island and Newfoundland and Labrador together have fewer people than Vancouver Island, yet they also hold 10 seats. This means no Vancouver Island senator on the Senate Fisheries Committee. This is what being ignored looks like. Vancouver Islanders aren't asking for special treatment. We're asking for fairness, fair ferry funding, fair representation, fair fisheries policies that protect coastal communities. And as Vancouver Islanders, we love this country. We believe in Canada, but we know this country is...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Madam Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to address the issues raised by my colleague, the Honourable Member from Courtenay Alberni. Fisheries and Oceans Canada is aware that many fish harvesters on the West Coast are facing economic challenges. That is why, Madam Speaker, in February of this year, the Minister of Fisheries announced 2 new objectives to guide the licensing reform work happening under the West Coast Commercial Fisheries Modernization Initiative. These objectives are to support working harvesters so that they have more control over their fishing activities, keep a greater share of the benefits from their fishing effort, and to modernize the licensing regime to support harvesters in pursuing their business objectives and adapting to change. Work is already underway. This government is engaging on fishery-specific policy options to achieve these objectives, starting with the crab and prawn fisheries. As part of this effort, DFO is gathering perspectives on the feasibility and implications of various policy options, such as made-in-BC versions of owner-operator and fleet separation requirements, and other ideas raised by participants and harvesters. DFO will also launch a survey of license and quota holdings and leasing agreements to ensure policies are informed by robust and current data. Madam Speaker, this government understands the challenges that harvesters are facing, but those who rely on the fishery have told us that a cookie-cutter approach will not suffice. Careful consideration will be given to different ways that fisheries have evolved in British Columbia compared to the East Coast when contemplating owner-operator type requirements or other policy ideas that can support active harvesters and the flow of benefits to local communities. This government knows how important it is for Canada's fisheries resources to stay in the hands of Canadians. That is why we completed a beneficial ownership survey in 2022 to learn more about foreign participation in Canadian fisheries. While the results told us that 98% of respondents reported being Canadian-owned, we are conducting further research and analysis to deepen our understanding about who actually is benefiting from Canada's West Coast fisheries. Madam Speaker, DFO believes in transparency of fisheries data and is actively working to improve data transparency for the benefit of active harvesters, new fishery participants, and all Canadians. We have published interactive socioeconomic data dashboards for fishery participants to learn more about the economics of their fisheries and are collecting more socioeconomic data. We have also taken steps to make public data sets more accessible by publishing a web-based portal to facilitate access to publicly available licenses and quota information. Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada remains committed to supporting the economic health and prosperity of coastal communities that rely on fishery resources. We know that fishing activities are an important cultural and economic feature of many coastal communities in BC. This government will not take a one-size-fits-all approach. The West Coast Commercial Fisheries Modernization Initiative will provide important opportunities for First Nations and fishery participants to shape the future of licensing policy, ensuring that any policy changes are practical, effective, and suited and tailored to the West Coast context, not a replica of the East Coast. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Courtney Alberni.
Madam Speaker, the speech I just gave was about a growing feeling on Vancouver Island and across the West Coast that our communities are too often treated like an afterthought. Now, talking about a survey that was done 4 years ago or a new survey that they're going to do again 8 years after, Madam Speaker, the Fisheries and Oceans report just says it all. It's that where the frustration couldn't be more clear. Another example, Madam Speaker, is last year what happened on the Fraser River. Nearly 10 million sockeye returned, one of the strongest runs in decades, yet independent fish harvesters, including Indigenous commercial harvesters, were effectively shut out while families struggled to keep their boats and businesses afloat. Nobody's arguing against conservation. Weak stocks need to be protected, and treaty obligations with the United States through the Pacific Salmon Commission must be respected. But when Canada's own commercial fleet is denied fair access during years of proven abundance, it undermines the confidence in the system. I want to know from the Parliamentary Secretary today, Madam Speaker, what concrete changes will the government make before the 2026 Fraser sockeye season to ensure that this never happens again?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada is committed to supporting and strengthening the economies of our coastal communities. Fishing is an important part of many coastal communities on the West Coast. This government is taking steps to actively work with First Nations, harvesters, license holders, and processors to explore potential solutions that reflect the unique realities of the West Coast. The Minister of Fisheries recently announced 2 new objectives guiding work to modernize West Coast fisheries. The first is supporting harvesters to have more control over their fishing activities to keep a greater share of the benefits from fishing, and the second is modernizing licensing to support harvesters in pursuing their business objectives. This government will work closely with West Coast fishery participants on options for how to achieve these objectives and address the concerns of fish harvesters. Fisheries on the East and West Coast have evolved very differently, Madam Speaker. We cannot have a one-size-fits-all approach. This is why this government is working with those involved to develop solutions.
The Honourable Member for Riding Mountains.
Madam Speaker, on April 28th, the Health Committee held an emergency meeting on the Liberals' $300 million Prescribe IT program failure. During that meeting, the Parliamentary Secretary for Health moved a motion to shut off the committee cameras. She never explained why. So I'll ask her directly, why did she shut off the cameras?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak on this topic, and I welcome the chance to put some facts on the record. So let's look at the facts. The fact is, Prescribe It was launched by the previous government in 2017 after extensive consultation with provinces and territories. To create the program, the previous government worked with the Canada Health Infoway, an organization that has received funding and support from both Conservative and Liberal governments alike since its creation in 2001. It's also a fact that any program like this needed to begin at the federal level. If you look at other similar countries that transitioned to e-prescribing, whether it's the United Kingdom, Australia, or New Zealand, these systems were launched through federal governments or national agencies. Of course, in Canada, provinces and territories are responsible for healthcare delivery, and that's why Prescribe It was built with the idea of it becoming self-sustaining, with the provinces and territories taking on their share. Another key fact is Prescribe It may have worked as a technology solution, as we've heard. It didn't have the support from provinces and territories financially, nor did it achieve the ideal uptake for the program to be self-sustaining. And I'm sure the member opposite will agree it's important for both to happen. That's why our government took the step of announcing back in February this year that we were ending the funding for the program and working with Infoway on the next steps. And we're seeing results already on this front. Last week, Quebec came to the table with Infoway and signed an agreement to transition to Prescribe It using provincial funding, exactly as the long-term model envisioned. We also know that for a fact that other provinces and territories are watching how the deployment unfolds, because they all recognize the value of modernizing our health data infrastructure and making sure that prescribers and pharmacists have the best tools available to serve their patients. What's disappointing, Madam Speaker, is that instead of engaging seriously on these issues and topics, Conservatives continue to focus on rhetorics and procedural games rather than the broader issue of how we modernize healthcare for Canadians. We have before us opportunity to study urgent public health crises, including the public health emergency declared on HIV in Manitoba. But it was delayed by that member from Manitoba, through partisan obstructions. At the same time, I commend my honourable colleagues, the member from Winnipeg West, for standing up for vulnerable Canadians. There are many important issues before us, Madam Speaker: strengthening public health preparedness, responding to infectious disease threats, supporting health workers, and improving digital health systems across the country. And I ask that member to join us on this front.
Honourable member for Riding Mountain.
Madam Speaker, the member did not answer my question. Canadians want to know why the Liberal Parliamentary Secretary for Health turned off the cameras at the Health Committee during an emergency meeting on the $300 million prescribed IT program failure. It's a very simple question. Why did she vote to turn off the committee cameras?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, Canadians expect us to approach issues like this with a focus on outcomes. The reality is, Prescribe was created to help modernize the way health information is shared and reduce reliance on outdated systems. Like many large-scale digital health initiatives, there were challenges, lessons learned, and important questions about long-term sustainability. Our government made a decision regarding future federal funding while ensuring provinces like Quebec could continue moving forward with deployment models that meet their own needs. Madam Speaker, what is important now is that we focus on strengthening digital health infrastructure.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.